Clash of Giants continues here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Yours on the mic is Pika and Neptune, the gentlemen. And we would just want to invite everybody once again to join us for more high-octane action as this entire PUBG Mobile... Wow, how should I say this, man? The entire PUBG Mobile sleuth of gunfire continues today for day number 4.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, there's a lot that has been offered the previous day where we cast as well yesterday. And today, I think everyone will still be on the hype because a lot of teams are moving up right now. And again, they need to be on the top 16 for them to step in onto Grand Finals. So a lot of crunch time for this team, pedal to the metal for some of the teams who need catching up because it's almost over. The week is almost over. And if you're on a halfway, if you're on a bottom half of that leaderboard, then you might not be able to make it.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty sure that some of our teams here have already gone try hard, right? But they have to try a little bit harder, a little bit more sweat in there because this is not a joke, especially for those on the lower brackets, as you mentioned, maybe the second or third pages even. But for those on the upper echelon of our rankings, they can stretch their legs a little bit here on Neptune. But it's also safe to assume that any surprise can still happen. We've seen that in the past couple of games that we had yesterday, especially towards the end. We've had some repeats, but at the same time, we had a bit of shockers. You know, just that kind of mix will always put everybody on edge.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine from week number 1, it was Formerica Vibes who's really dominating that whole week amongst all the 24 teams, and we only felt their presence towards yesterday's last game. So I think this is a good chance to really show and see if they'll be able to grab a lot more because they are not a team that you'd want to go against. And quite surprisingly, we were surprised as well why they were placed not that high every time we see the overall for this week. So I guess this is where they will be showing up. But let's check out and review what is our overview for the whole tournament. And so far we have 2 weeks of the playoffs, and also the Grand Finals will be 4 days from the 1st towards the 4th, and this is where all of those 24 teams are fighting for the top 16 so that they can grab their chance to bring home the prize pool coming from the Grand Finals. Again, it is 6 matches for every day for this team out of the 3 groups that they are in.
Can I just say this is probably one of their last few chances to rack up some of those points before the nitty-gritty actually starts. But speaking of nitty-gritty, we're going to talk a little bit about coin here, whereas we have a whopping $2,000 US grand basically prize pool here just for the playoffs alone. Now the grand finals, that will be 4 times basically 4 times of the prize that, you know, of the prize pool that we have here in the playoffs. So you're really going to have to want to make your way to that, because the first place gets 3-5, the second gets 1-5, third with 800, fourth with 500, and the MVPs, everybody else gets a share of the pie with 300 and $100 successively.
Yep, and in addition to the eliminations that we keep talking about that the teams need to grab, here are the placement point that they will get as well, especially if they get that winner chicken dinner. The 10 points will instantly be added to their record, and then from 6 towards 1, and unfortunately those will be at the bottom part of our rankings for each match, will not be getting anything. But as we proceed to our bonus points, this is something that not a lot of fans out there have been focusing on. Each week, each team are being measured on how much points they will be gathered, and the combination of those 2 weeks of bonus points will be the determining factor as to who will be heading into the grand final. So overall, yes, it's good if you have like a high points, but if you don't make it to the bonus points, then, well, it is what it is.
Yeah, man, as the name says, it is a bonus. So that is a reward for your hard work. But not to say, of course, that you're going to rely on the bonus alone. You definitely have to rack up those eliminations, those placements, and everything else will just follow successively. Now, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Group A, these players right here, these teams have definitely given us a lot of memorable moments, a lot of, I'd say, remarkable plays here, gentlemen, that we've actually noted. We were really held aback by how crazy them plays are. But it's safe to assume that not all of the teams here on Group A have done their best so far. Hopefully, by the end of the playoffs, we see something else.
Exactly. I mean, that's one thing that we want to see coming from this team. Some yet to surprise us in the performance that they have to offer. Especially for those teams that didn't really perform from week 1. They might be in the bottom half, but they still have a chance to move their placement a little bit higher, especially if they get the momentum right. They get the maps that they prefer in this group stage, in this playoff stage, and then they can rack up all those points, especially tactics as well, bring it to basic, so that they can like keep the distance from the team, not really risking their lives before they head into the final stage of the circle. But again, we are being shown of all the groups, and make sure you're taking note, because later on, those groups will be like switching around based on the number of match they will be playing today, and not everyone will be in there. Imagine if we have 24 of the teams, all of them will be jumping into the lobby. How chaotic it would be.
Yeah, the separation really needs to happen for most of these teams. Not to mention the map circulations. You know, it could only go so far. That's something that I always look forward to. Who will face who and where? Most importantly, who emerges on top. Now, with these teams such as Kagendra, which we kind of saw a lot yesterday, they really shocked the world. And Morph, right? There was this one match, this one game that Morph really surprised us, coming out of nowhere and then emerging almost on top, like really inches away from that. Now, let's talk about people, the people this time, players. Lapardo, for how many days now, gentlemen?
Yeah.
He has given us statement after statement. Look at 30 eliminations so far. This kid right here, he has his finger on the trigger. Not to mention the game sense doesn't stop. You know, it's always 100%.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why they are also showing up individually is because earlier you did mention that there's a certain prize pool for the MVP. So it's a separate prize pool from the playoffs and then a different one on the grand finals. Does each team really needs to perform? So unless I would say there's this my mind on the conspiracy that they might be giving one of their players all those eliminations and all of those damage points so that they can grab that MVP. But it requires a lot, because you need to be the best player amongst all of the player in each lobby. But as we look into the road of MVP, a lot more will be doing the catch up right now, and also the fraggers at this point. Apart from Lapar, we have Coops, Nerpeco, Doc922, and Lord. And imagine, look at all those finishes, all those confirmed elimination coming from these guys.
I love the fact that Coops and Nerpeco really do not have much of frag finishes at all, frag finish differences at all, except for damage, right? And even the damage output isn't really much. Coops just leads by roughly, I'd say about 200 plus, give or take. And Lapar, smacked right in the middle. But we're not just talking about his frags. No, even his survivability actually leads amongst everybody, or amongst a lot of the players. Now, let's talk about how these players fared, these teams fared by the end of yesterday. RRQ, really doing well. NIGMA Galaxy, Bigetron Red Villains, and 4 Miracle Vibes have not disappointed us, Neptune.
Yep, exactly, and I guess they will do a little bit more this time around, and let's see if they'll be able to take down RRQ for this week. And also have Stalwart Esports that really showed us a lot more from yesterday's battle, as well as Kagendra. Sem9, on the other hand, though they didn't start the competition that strong, it is their chance to really move up, but it will depend on how the other teams will be able to take it. Because imagine the second page of this, we have the PMSL Southeast Asia champions, or two-time champions, Alter Ego Ares on number 9. I don't think they want to be in there. They want to move up a little bit more so that they can really be proud and bring that prestige for their team. Haley Sports, though, also moving a little bit higher this time around compared to what we have from week 1. And as you mentioned, Morph GPX is also in there and really did a great performance from yesterday.
Man, I'm telling you, this is already looking pretty swell, you know, for most of our teams. But yeah, YOODO Alliance, I'd say there's still more room for them, you know.
Yeah.
I'd say, for at least for today, especially with the change of map. This could be their comfort zone, maybe for not just for them, but for the other teams as well. 7th Element, I'm still keeping my hopes up as well as for AGONxI8. These are just crowd favorites, especially hailing from Pakistan. These these teams are they can really bring in the noise. I for one am a huge fan of how they've been going about in tournaments. So, gentlemen, I just really can't predict at this point. I know we're going to be asked that. Maybe the streak will continue. I'm not so sure if I still have a clover leaf with me, but maybe, just maybe, if I'm asked to put my cards in front of me, I'd say one of the teams that we don't expect are going to turn up today.
Yeah, I mean they need to, because those that's what make this tournament exciting, because at some point we already have assumptions, and as you mentioned, there's a lot of teams is already moving up in their ranks on the overall standing, but some really not performing. And as you mentioned, YOODO Lions, there's still plenty of room for them. Well, not because there's not so much of numbers that they put into and plenty of room to add up, but there's plenty of room for improvement for them so that they can surprise everyone in here. We might be seeing them taking that winner chicken dinner, but a lot more coming from the team. So fans out there, make sure that you're supporting all the teams that you're rooting for in the comment section, and also make sure that you are liking and staying on the stream for a lot longer, because it's not only the excitement, it's not only the battle, the gameplay, and everything included here. There's a lot more to offer for you, because if you stay and build up the numbers in terms of watching the stream, this is what we have to offer. If we reach 30,000 watching on YouTube, we will be giving away 5 of the HyperX headphones. If we reach 50,000 on YouTube, that's 2 of the AirPods, and 70,000 will get you an iPhone 15, and that is something that you want to grab, and simple steps for you to take to have this chance.
All you gotta do is follow our Instagram. You join the Discord server as well. Send the screenshot to us. Get your token number. Wait for the draw, and of course, pray to all that is good and heavenly that you become our lucky winner today, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, as I mentioned earlier, gentlemen, we are taking a switch of real estate here as we go straight to Miramar for our map number 1.
Yeah, we didn't see much of Miramar from yesterday. Actually, we didn't see Miramar yesterday, and this is really this really changes the story, because yesterday it was just greenery, the green grass of Sanho, as well as Erangel rather. But in Miramar, this is where everything will change, because the long distance gameplay will be a factor. The high ground will be a factor as well, especially on the snipes. So if they'll be able to pull that off from a safe distance, from above, then they can grab a lot of those elimination. And as we look at the teams that will be playing, it's Group A and Group B right here. And for PERSIJA EVOS, NIGMA Galaxy, AGONxI8, Bounam, as well as NB Esports, Morph GPX, Dewa United, and Kagendra, they will be sitting this one out. The rest of the teams will have a chance to move up and bring up their numbers.
Now that will already be a dangerous territory for the teams who are sitting it out as well, gentlemen, because they're not going to be drawing first blood. They're going to be on the waiting side of things. They have to see who among these really game teams are going to step forth and still be hot right off the bat. As I always say, the iron strike while the iron's hot, and that just might be the case. We've seen what momentum does to teams, right? We have seen what it can actually do if a team is really in it. In the zone, if they do have that flow state going on, you can really never tell how far they're going to take this forward. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I would dare say that before all that action is here, I'm already picking a team of my own. So
go ahead. I'm pretty sure that will be the next thing that production will be asking us. And there you have it. I'm going to give this to you. Who will be your prediction for the first match?
I wish that Prod would tell me how many people got, the most predictions so far. But I
guess you are the only one, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. Well, big salute to everybody who got it right. Okay, so if memory serves, it's A and C, right? If this is
it's A and B.
A and B rather. It's A and B. Yeah. You know who I'm gonna pick, man. You know exactly who I'm gonna pick. I'm still going with STALWART Esports. Let's go. I believe the third time is a charm, Prod. So yep, sticking with it.
Yeah, let's see, let's see. And this time around, well, they did well in terms of Miramar for this week, but they haven't seen the winner chicken dinner just yet. So I'm going for CMF. GSM at this point. They are the top 5 for Miramar overall, but they don't have any chickens being brought home. But well, in terms of rank, in terms of performance and placement, they're doing well. It's just an additional factor that they can put in all those elimination and also the title of grabbing the chicken or bringing home that chicken. So hopefully this is my chance to grab 1 point as well.
I, for one, had a lot of protein earlier today. I am telling you right now, gentlemen. So each and every time that I make my prediction, of course, that leaves me a bit nervous, right? But
Yeah.
more so for these teams,
Yeah.
you know, because they do hear us. There's a bit of a subliminal pressure going on, you know. But again, please don't mind us. These are just us our takes on
Yeah.
who could be the ones to watch out for the day. Either
Exactly.
way, I'm pretty sure that a lot of our teams they're definitely gonna bring their A game here. I can never say less because again they turn out, man, like they always punch up. They never give us something half baked.
Yeah, I mean they should because we're getting close to the end of week 1 or week 2 rather, and this is where they really need to catch up on the points. Especially we're talking about their placement overall and the points that they will be gathering after this week. But again, it's all assumptions, and again, apologies for everyone that you thought we jinxed because it came up on the prediction. It's just the team's performance. It's the team performance. I mean, you're good enough. You have to already. For me, I haven't. I have zilch, zero, nada in prediction, and hopefully, like the teams that I've been putting in there, the bottom of the screen will not have any bad take on that. You know, it still depends on your performance. Don't
Sorry.
like don't rely on us predicting. It's a good thing we're motivating you to grab that winner chicken dinner. But in a bit, we're going to jump in on the first map. This is really exciting because this is different set of map, different style of gameplay, and well, we'll have to find out if anyone or if everyone did their homework for this day.
Grab your agua, ladies and gentlemen, because we are headed straight to Miramar. As I mentioned before the stream started, the land of sand. You know, there's gonna be a lot of heat, a lot of drought, but we won't have a shortage of action here, gentlemen. Simply because you see how this map is laid out. You know, oh man, seeing these names make me nervous. Honestly, you see how many lumps, folks. How many how many of those dark areas in the map are? Those are actually terrains. Those are hills, mountains, valleys, even, you know, those are just some of the points where these players can either home or they're gonna have to run through the desert literally with nothing, no cover whatsoever. With you need to turn around 360 each time. So it looks like we're gonna have a straight path over here, gentlemen. Maybe, just maybe, it'll be a complete contrast from yesterday where we had a literal straight line and then some diagonals. So I don't know.
Yeah,
we're gonna start this way.
The way I'm looking at it, it's coming from the south towards the north, though we don't have map view yet in terms of the flight path, but it is coming from the west. Apologies for that. I mean, probably it's just the view, but apologies for that. They are coming from the west towards the east, but still in the middle of the map, so a lot of chance for them to reach the northern as well as southern side of this area, of this map of Miramar. But the way I'm looking at it, like it's more towards the north, not so much of areas to cover on the south side apart from Los Leones. That is a huge city that even 3 teams can occupy in the beginning of a match.
Man, some of them actually drop really fast as well, you know. And this is quite interesting because Miramar, the hot drops of Miramar do not really lay out the same way as they would for, say, Sandhawk, where you would really capitalize on, say, Camp Charlie, Camp Alpha, Camp Bravo. Those are obvious spots, right? But for Miramar, you don't really get that luxury. It's really scattered. So like Cruz de Valle, I know it's not really a hot spot, but it comes off with a very good. I'd say a very good start because you're away from everybody. But the circle seems to be favoring a lot of our west side of the map. And as early as now, man, we're already seeing a lot of gunfire first contact just a few seconds in.
Yeah, it's former Vibes going against Team XERXIA in East right now, who is currently in the middle of this map against XERXIA, and there goes a shotgun. One shot, one kill, another one goes in, and East 922 will not be going west just yet. He will be staying in the center of the battlefield as he has brought down two of Team XERXIA.
Unbelievable, man. Who would, for all their goodwill, start this off with an S1897? Oh my goodness. Okay, so the man is on duty. I'm telling you, as we mentioned, M762 here. Good frag. Good frag here from Earths. So already managed to knock one down, but at what cost? They're already down by 2. Die Hard as well as RA. Just like that, gentlemen, getting this. What an early encounter. He's able to survive this.
Ooh,
never mind.
Chopper's the only one remaining in here above, and it's a good distraction though. Good thing that East managed to survive, and there goes Apex being the Apex Predator in this battlefield, bringing the team down overall. But as we head in to a different team, if I'm mistaken, this is San Martin that we are in. STALWART Esports as well as another will be battling it on. Let's see if it will be the same engagement that we've seen earlier coming from Formidable Vibes, or will this be a team versus team overall? Genesis Esports, well, we have Zai in here just looting up. Master Smile has already been brought down and back to the lobby, so it's difficult to 3v4 right now, especially as they're just a little bit too early into this battle.
Seeing these buildings, it's so nostalgic, but at the same time, it's kind of like a trigger point for me, man. I've seen a lot of players actually fall and crumble at the sight of these encounters, because these buildings, not only are they good cover, but they're also pretty dangerous to infiltrate. You'll never know who can actually come your way. You see how tall these are, 3-floored to 4-floored buildings, not even to mention that you have a top floor. You have like a sky view of everything. This is exactly what Genesis Esports is going for. I like the fact though that they're using at least one building's width to find cover. This way, they're going to be able to reduce gunfire. I'm pretty sure some of them do have assault rifles, but the fact that there's a gap in between them, you know, it kind of slows down the pace a little bit, makes them a bit hesitant. All right.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to speed it up a little bit. Though STALWART Esports do have the advantage, but West Carry right now will start it off with that shot. Let's see if it will be a follow-up that will be happening. And, well, Top will not be in the top because he will be knocked down on the ground currently, and West Carry still have a good angle to take them down. Zai on their hand will try to peek in, but misses all of those shots, and it is Icy who brings him down.
Another S1897. Okay. I have to give it to Genesis Esports, man. They actually went for the kill. They went straight to enemy lines, man. That was insane. Okay, but this might be a bit of a bold move here on the side of Genesis Esports. There's still 3 on the side of STALWART Esports here, and they have very little to no vision. They're outside, so this is also no man's land. This is very dangerous. Should they be flying? Oh, Mernat boy though. Taking out Nearset, that evens up the odds a little bit here, gentlemen.
Let's see if he'll be able to confirm all those shots. And STALWART Esports right now, a little bit of losing end. 1v1 to the window, through the wall. It's not way. There goes Icy, putting the icing on the cake. West Carry, the only guy remaining for the team of Genesis Esports. He did good, well, hiding out of this fence, but he still hasn't brought down Icy.
Oh man, you're right. That's the only thing keeping him alive right now, man. The ammo, it's okay. Like, you know, he does have enough for survival. But the fact that Icy has been going through this with a shotgun, specifically the S1897, man, I am so shocked that he's letting them rip. He's letting them have it. I've never seen him frag with anything else. Oh man. Okay, West Carry though, still in this. Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's still a chance for Icy right now to bring in the fire, but, well, Mernat Moy thinks otherwise, and, well, STALWART Esports has been taken down.
You know what to do, Prod? I'm holding the big L on my forehead. That is That is it for me. That's the streak. You win some, you lose some. Well, that obviously was not how I expected that to be. But yes, you're seeing this right, ladies and gents. Stalwart Esports is out of there, clean 4 gone, and we did witness, gentlemen, we did witness the entirety of XERXIA just eliminated out of there, and that was a long scruffle, by the way, on the side of Stalwart and Genesis. So you got to give it to them, man. They gave us quite the moments.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. The moment, especially when Icy was just bringing bodies down with the shotgun that he was carrying, and it's quite surprising. We thought that Stalwart Esports already had this on the bag, but unfortunately, it didn't end up the way that we were expecting. But let's see if this is the same thing for the side of the XERXIA going against the BIGETRON Red Villains. Though old Frankie will be on the top of this hill, or I would say mountain, bleeding out. No one to the rescue apart from Paladin, who's very, very close though, but might give them an opening against BIGETRON Red Villains.
Man, and this is one of your dogs. I remember this. Very clearly, gentlemen. BIGETRON, you did put your faith in them, and I cannot blame you for that. BIGETRON has been showing up. They've so high up in points. The same thing goes for the likes of RRQ, and RRQ still looking really, really complete here, if I may. There's a bit of damage, yes, but still more than adequate for them to last for the entirety of this game. We're only in stage 1, by the way. Yes, folks, we are only in the very first stage of our game, and we've already heard a war's worth of gunfight. Okay. Interestingly enough, look at where the circle's gonna land here. El Pozo near Monte Nuevo. Yep, these are very fortunate, I'd say, gentlemen. This is a very lucky circle that we're seeing right now, because there'll be a lot of compounds moving forward. Not to mention, I do think that there's a road in between them. Maybe that'll sink. That'll shrink a little later on. Let's see how that's going to be, because look at this crossfire that we're seeing from BIGETRON and RRQ. That is coast to coast, and there's only a tree. Oh my goodness, there's only a tree standing between him and one more casualty. Ooh, that gotta hurt. That has gotta hurt.
Indeed, and I would agree. Not so much of coverage right here to keep you safe, especially for those who are above. And this is what we talked about. Like, if you are in Miramar, you just need to find compound, even vehicles to hide away. You use your utility like Nerpeco is doing, and don't be left out in the open. And that was we're seeing Nerpeco is happening, as well as Asa. Now, with T2K also probably will be rushing in. Let's see if they will be pinch right here, or sandwich between these two teams of the Titan. Doki is already on above. Asa is just waiting. And let's see if he will be run over. No, he's a safe play. Let's see if the backstab might be happening. And Doki right now for the hit. Doki takes down Asa. RRQ loses another one.
One of the MVPs we had yesterday from RRQ, that was Asa, and for good reason. This man is not shy of his gunfights, but again, Doki, he's also one of those. He's also one of those players, right? He actually rushes to the enemy instead of away from them. So he likes these encounters, and I think he found the perfect opportunity. So this already puts RRQ at a massive disadvantage with 2 players left and with not much room to cover. They know they're being stalked. They are being hunted here with the last man off of BIGETRON. So the vantage point definitely belonging to BIGETRON. Sure, the numbers not really, but I don't know. It's not looking very bright for RRQ. Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. RRQ, BTR, though they are on the top, they don't have that much in terms of what they can offer right now. T2K, on the other hand, they are trying their best to pull in a little bit from their sleeves, because despite of the engagement they jumped into, they haven't lost anyone just yet. But when I find out, because from what we saw earlier in terms of maps, there's not so much of room to move from most of the teams. And imagine we still have 14 teams right here alive and kicking, and this might be a little too tight later on as the next phase of the circle moves in.
see how that works, man. Look at this circle. Look at how chaotic it's gonna be. Majority of the teams are caught in between the ins and outs of our circle. So what that means is a clash is bound to happen very, very soon. El Pozo's out of the picture. So this is what I was talking about. These shadowy areas in the map, folks. These are just edges of mountains, of hills. So somebody's definitely about to get the high ground and the others will be below it. Either way, there will be a lot of action. As soon as the Blue Reaper right here starts to close in, this is the curtain call, as I call it. You know, this is one of those moments wherein these players, they're gonna have to play by the edge, and at the same time not too close to it, Neptune. So, oh man, there it is. He's 922 taking out Razy from Boo.
There you go. We have Formical Vibes already on a 5 spree. Let's see if they will be able to continue it on. And AGONxI8 Esports has been eliminated after a great showing that they had earlier from the start against STALWART Esports. They did have 4 elimination, but unfortunate for them, they have been kicked out of this battle. The same goes for BIGETRON Red Villains.
My goodness, man, I'm actually in awe right now. I would expect, honestly, that BIGETRON would be a little further down the line, but stage 3, that's a little too early even for our standards. They've given us so much good results in the past few days. Of course, not. Oh my gosh, a mini 14. Oh man, for T2K. Oh, okay, that has gotta hurt. Now with GLU, there's really no casualties just yet. They also have a vehicle in hand, so this could be a good sign, though, for GLU so far, gentlemen.
Yeah, GLU right now, they are still alive, though Buxpunk has received a little bit of damage. But on the other hand, it is Hail Esports right now, and a little bit too aggressive though, a little bit too bold for Nice2, and there goes elimination, though Tiger has been knocked down. They took out 4 Miracle Vibes, a team that has taken the lead from week number 1, and Hail Esports has brought in not only Hair, Sleet, as well as Storm against this team.
5 eliminations thus far, gentlemen. You know what that means? There are only 5 more from getting a 2-digiter. They're actually the highest fragging team we have so far. And this is already stage 3. If you think about it, this is actually a slower pace than what we're used to. Because at this point, there would already be a team that have 5 or 6. So I'm not really so sure if maybe, just maybe, GLU could keep this momentum moving forward. Now, as we look closely here at the map, ladies and gentlemen, there are just a few teams scattered as well. They have to be super cautious. They're not really so far one way or the other. Someone's gonna pull the trigger. And should that happen, should this encounter come upon us, then stage 4, that is gonna be chaos with a capital S.
I would agree. That will be really chaos. But as we can see, like, I love the position that Xavier is pulling out right now. They have in the middle of them a huge hill, huge mountain ranges. And they can spread out as well as spot on some of the enemies. They haven't grabbed any points just yet, or apart from the one that they have in exchange for the one guy that they lost. They have a huge potential later on because a lot of teams will be showing up and moving in a little bit once the circle pushes them in. But speaking of pushing in, we have a GLU squad right now pushing in towards Sem9. Kenny S receives a little bit of damage, as well as Big Yal brings out a few of those grenades. 2v3 right now, and Runkat is just chilling like a villain from the other side. If in case anyone escapes, he is the one who will put him down.
This is a beautiful mountain we're looking at, man. It looks like a croissant, you know, if I can say so myself. This is a wonderful encounter. It is. Now,
you're making me hungry, man.
Exactly. Now you're gonna have to remember that. But GLU right here, we have 2001 with a bit of high ground advantage here. He does have a bit of a vantage point. He can see clearly. Let's just see if there's gonna be somebody who's gonna flank them. But no, close quarter is the name of the game, and they are flushing each and every member out. Sadly, though, they did lose 2 players in the process already. So. That, however, CMF, you know, I'm pretty sure this is where you put your cards here, gentlemen. So, yeah, that's 0-0 for you and me.
Yeah, Well, it is what it is right now. I mean, it's not that we don't want them to be winning. We really do. We want to get that prediction right. But unfortunately, it is not going our way and the team's way as well. RQ, though, got Nate hit coming from their Peko. That brings in a lot more. Though they are two in the battleground right now against a few more from GLU. They're not giving up. 2001 right now, a little bit too high. Box Punk needs to be brought up. And who will be added into the mix in a bit? There'll be a few more teams who wants to grab all those elimination. And oh, the nade, but no! Well, was a little bit too well in that DBS gameplay. And no mercy has been brought down.
Man, I would not want to divert your attention right now, gentlemen, but Hale has 7 frags in the bag. That is insane. Now, I'd say it out loud. You gotta make sure you have eyes in the back of your head because 7th Element is yet to have a casualty. I have not seen any member from 7th Element actually take damage. So what this means is we're gonna go to the scavenger side of things. 7th Element might just, as I mentioned, vulture this out, wait for the rest of the teams to start bleeding and just jump in for the kill when the time is right.
Yeah, let's see if they can get the timing right. So far, we still have 10 teams in the battleground, but considering that not everyone is a full squad, especially for the side of RRQ. I mean, it's just a solo member in here, and also a few more, but the map will be shown right now in the next stage as well. Will be popping up, and there you have it. A lot of teams will be making their move as they shift in onto the next set of circles. 7-9 right now, Manparang just waiting in here against Glue or GLU, and Romcod just rushing in with that UMP, and they are getting a few more of those points. There's a different story from what we've seen from GLU squad. I guess this is their chance really to get on their groove.
Man, it kind of breaks my heart, gentlemen, the way that some of our teams really are leaving here with a very good fight, you know. I'd understand it too that maybe sometimes it's just unfortunate circumstance, but the gunfights we've been seeing are actually so good. They're very noteworthy. Oh, ooh, what a tap! What a tap from Nerpek! Oh my gosh, that actually shocked me. I literally jumped out of my seat the moment that I saw movement, and then that shot was all you heard. Nerpeko though, with his finger on the trigger, beautiful stuff, but with the backup. The backup takes out Nerpeko, and RRQ just like that got eliminated. Care of the mini 14.
Yeah, Mini4 didn't really put in a lot of damage though, coming from XMPL, and that is brought to you by T2K with a 6 elimination to their side. So both T2K as well as Hale has a lot of elimination, but it's barely that we see T2K in the battlefield. They are just jumping in and stepping out the moment they grab all those elimination. Just how it is, how they play, because we know how they can rush things, and they're successful in those rushes. So with the remaining 8 teams, we'll have to find out, and the top 5 from our list on the right hand side has already been cleaned out.
Oh man, the circle getting ever so smaller here, folks. The curtain is closing in. The Blue Grim Reaper is starting to be impatient. There are one too many teams here that are getting too comfortable. But I'm telling you, man, T2K right now is on a tear. Sure, they're not as frag dominant as never mind. They are not. I was about to say they're not as frag dominant as Hale is, but they managed to tie up the numbers and with no damage to spare.
Yeah, well, again, the moment we point out a team, at some point they really changes the game right now. And let's see if Boom Esports this time around. Unfortunately for them, they haven't grabbed any point, but they still have a few more in front of them. Yummy though has felt a little bit of that divine intervention as a divine brought him down. Akul, on the other hand, will try to nade 7 Element down, but they might need a lot more elements from the periodic table because there's only 2 of them. But Akul with that god nade, and Goku bot as well. Divine goes in for the flank.
Oh, gunpowder over there, just having to crawl out of this sticky situation. That's what I was talking to you about earlier, gentlemen. 7th Element, they were just waiting for the war to ensue, and they would go in for the harmed. Gokubot gets a nade frag over there against Yolu. Oh man, okay, so this is gonna be a tricky encounter over at the croissant. As I said earlier, let's see who among these teams are gonna draw more blood as they should. The circle is getting ever so small here, but there are some players who are probably baiting their own teammates for better fragging. So gotta be careful here. 7th Element already lost Divine.
Yeah, this might be the case. I mean, YOLO right now, though, bleeding out. He might be once being used to bait, but no, he will be confirmed. He will be eliminated. And it's a good thing that they haven't seen much of the final member. And there goes the get back. One man goes down for the side of 7th Element, but the spawn is a little too quick, and thus they have been taken down. The Xavier, though, on high ground, just watching, overlooking everyone. Winnie was just waiting for the perfect moment, and if he does see a few more of the heads of 7th Element, they might be going down. But with 7 teams remaining right now, not so much. A lot of teams will be putting up a lot of fight. It's only Hale right now who's a complete squad, and they are not making that much of a noise. T2K, though, on the other hand, have spotted GLU squad already. 2001 right now is just waiting for the teams to move out of the way, because the next stage might be beating him to it. And in a bit, though, he have a buggy on his side, and but beside this compound, there is still a huge chance that a lot of teams will be gunning them down.
PL though, with I know that this is a bit of a downtime here, folks, and I just want to point out XMPL. He took down so many players because of that mini 14. Now 2001, he's in a bit of a pickle here, folks. He is gonna get rushed down. I kid you not. All these teams, they know he is by the shed. He has nowhere to go. One nade could do it, maybe two, but even some wall banging here, gentlemen, that could definitely put him at a huge risk. And that is all he could do, being the last man standing for a GLU. And speaking of which, though, DX also has their hands full over here, with Winnail taking out gunpower from a 7th Element. It's not looking good right now for 7th Element. I do think that 7th Element, they rushed this a little too prematurely. I'm not really so sure if the 2-man disadvantage right here would favor them moving forward. We still have a T2K, we still have Hale, we still have a DX as well. So this is a very interesting last 7 teams that we have here. Alter Ego, of course. They already lost one, but Fnatic, we still have Potato, Alva, of course. We've seen very good Alva plays too. So man, I feel so much for 2001 here. He really is in a tight spot. This is a point of no return here. Nade after nade, and that is Molly after Molly. I cannot believe that 2001 is still this strong at this very moment. He does need to heal a little bit, though. Maybe, just maybe, it is a little too late. Oh boy. Last few stages here, folks. Not looking good. We still have 7 teams. One of which is GLU. GLU 2001. He is the only man hoisting up the flag for the team. He gotta pray to all that is good that he gets out of here alive, which is kind of like an unlikely situation, unfortunate situation. Yep, and that is it. Like I said, it was only a matter of time before a GLU squad will have to say goodbye. 2001, amidst all the valiant efforts, just squeezed right in off of that shed. He does have the A zone as well behind him, so that really was a lot to take in. And good stuff. With GLU being the way that they were, I'd say there's nothing to take away. YOODO Alliance here though. And they're gonna have to pull something right out of the hat here with Lux. If I'm reading that right, Lux does manage to take out someone from Alter Ego. That was Potato, I'd say. Yeah, that was Potato. Oh my goodness. Okay, still alive, still kicking, still trying to be as strong as possible here. Gotta be super duper cautious. Gotta be super careful here, folks. With a lot of this action really ensuing, coming our way, I am terrified on how this is gonna pan out for the remainders of our team. 6 teams here remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Chua and Paladin, the last 2 players remaining on the side of GX. But they do have... Oh, this is a bit of a tight spot here for the rest of... I think that was T2K. Yeah. T2K here. Last 2 players as well. Just taking refuge behind a vehicle. And that is all she wrote. That is all she wrote for one of the players of T2K. But wow, look at this. T24 still alive, still kicking, takes out Paladin. That leaves only one on the side of GX. That's Chua. Went for a loot. Hopefully he did get a good amount of merch, for lack of a better term. Some of the goodies that you can capitalize on a little later. And he had to make sure that this card does not become the end of him. Making it explode while he's still in the clear. One more from Hale goes down. So we got Tiger. Tiger over there. Oh man, this is pretty dangerous territory here, folks. So not really so sure how this is gonna pan out for the remainder of 7th Element. GokuBot is out of there. Oh my goodness, 7th Element. Oh, the unlucky 6th within our last stage here with stage 8. Good showing, by the way. Very, very good showing from 7th Element. And now, Train to Kill. Train to Kill with all that is. With all that is. Left only with XMPL. That Mini 14 was such a game changer for him. It was such an amazing showing. Majority of his frags actually came from this Mini 14. So I cannot really scoff at this man's efforts. Being the last man standing with the highest frags out of the entire team. We are left only with Yal over here from YOODO Alliance. We have Klux. Still have Klux still trying to dip his foot in the water while he heals, trying to take someone before the potential, the possibility of himself, as well as the last player from DX, from the last member, Chua. One of these 2 players, they're gonna get beaten out. There it is! Being the weakest link! And that is it! That is it. DX Xavier out of there, placing 4th. Now we are down to our last 3. Oh my gosh. 1v1. Look at Hale. Look at Hale. They are hanging back. They are sitting ever so prettily here, waiting for Train to Kill and YOODO Alliance to take each other out. Mano a mano. The high ground definitely belonging here to Hale. But I can say the same for YOODO Alliance. I can say the same for Klux. For Klux, maybe. I'll call him Klux. This is, and with a lot of medical utilities here, he could weather out the storm. Wow, forgive me for that. I actually assumed wrong. Hale is actually at the bottom. They are not taking the high ground at all. It is both Train to Kill and YOODO Alliance who has the high ground, who has the advantage here. Oh no! Oh man! All that effort! Only to be thwarted out of the top. Now here we go. Crazy gunfire. Train to Kill. No way. Oh man, I wish I saw that. But Train to Kill Esports emerging on top despite the odds. Hale though. Hale Esports with the numbers advantage, with the patience, still manages to bag. Oh man, I wish that Neptune would be. I wish Neptune was here to actually witness the whole thing. But yes, emerging on top, Train to Kill Esports. But I would dare say the flowers really, and the flowers, the trophies, and the medals all go to Hale. Oh my goodness. Woo. Okay, I'm gonna catch my breath real quick. So you're gonna have to, we're gonna have to apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I think we had a bit of a connection problem, a bit of a reconnecting issue here on the side of Gentlemen. So, long story short here, folks, it is Hale Esports who started things off quite strong, slowed down a little bit towards the end. They understood that they had a good amount of points to carry over. Now all they had to do was really place. They had to try to get the chicken dinner, and that they did. Man, it's safe to assume, I'd say, that Tiger Tiger really is the man of the hour here. But let's wait. Let's check out who the MVP will be. The entirety Joker, Noise over here, NC2, all of them got their contributions down. Beautiful stuff. Now, for what it's worth, I do think that everybody from Hale really did their best. Those last few encounters, I'll say that straight up. From YOODO Alliance as well as Train to Kill and DX, those last few teams really brought in the heat for Hale. You know, I know that Hale was actually just more of spectating. They were just watching. They were just waiting, stalking on who would be the wounded animal that they could capitalize on a little later along the way. But man, did they do so in perfect timing. So close as well here for Train to Kill Esports. Yeah, see, that's my point. This is exactly my point. They still did emerge on top with only XMPL as the last man standing. Beautiful, beautiful job here. Now, it's that mini 14 play. It's actually that mini 14 streak that XMPL had, which made the biggest difference here with 6 eliminations by himself, giving a 60% contribution to the team and almost half an hour of survival time. That is unbelievable. 1,183 damage. So it goes without saying that, yes, XMPL, he deserves these 3 big accolades amidst all that, amidst the entire clash. Yes, I'll give my credit to Hale Esports, but man, XMPL, talk about lone survivor. This man right here with the highest eliminations, highest knockdowns, and highest healings. Well-deserved amount of healings, by the way. Oh my goodness. And of course, we still have Tiger. I'd say that, yeah, Tiger really did put in so much of the work for Hale Esports. Here we go, without question. 9 eliminations total on the side of Hale Esports, but not far behind with 6 rank points, of course, coming in at second, but the 10 eliminations from T2K all coming from XMPL. Good job. DX as well, the Xavier, they were last. They were one of the last few teams to weather out the storm alongside Alter Ego, and to everyone's surprise, myself included, coming off of the bottom so far of the rankings, we have YOODO Alliance placing 5th. We have Genesis. Oh, sorry, never. That is GSM, right? We have a GSM, SEM9, a BIGETRON, as well as XERXIA. These teams right here, they kind of had like a very shaky start. So let's see how they're gonna go with that a little later on. Hopefully, we see more of them moving forward. And yes, you know me, ladies and gentlemen, I am a Mr. Throwable Counter. So with 198 frag grenades used, yeah, that was just that didn't come as a surprise to me. A lot of healings there, but yeah, we did see a few airdrops looted here and there. So for what it's worth, and again, this is quite a first game that we have in Miramar of all places, the land of sand, where the sun never sets. Miramar. I'm telling you, yep, after that match right there, Team RRQ still standing tall, still quite a bit distant from NIGMA Galaxy. Not much of a movement over the top echelon, the top part of our top 8, but Hale Esports, because of that stellar performance, that was a very good leap, keeping them within the first page. SEM9, they did sink a little bit, you know, just 1 point behind. This is still pretty redeemable, I'd say. But this is where it's a bit gritty, a bit dangerous territory. You know, this is quicksand for some of these teams. Train to Kill, yep, they did ascend a little bit, but D1 United kind of dropped down a little bit. Alter Ego, this is one team that really struck us quite strongly earlier on. GLU, yes, that's the shocker right there. Morph, we didn't see much of Morph a while ago, but Boom Esports, Genesis Esports, pretty much all aligned together, right? This is almost even playing ground. And despite their efforts, I'd say, yep, and I gotta give them credit where it's due. YOODO Alliance, they placed 5th, but that is, I'd say, still not enough for them to overtake the majority of page 3 off of all our teams here. PERSIJA EVOS, we didn't see them much as well, so no shake up there. NB Esports, but yeah, XERXIA, we have a good amount. I'd say a good amount of action a little earlier on, but maybe, just maybe, the next game will be for them. AGONxI8, that's one team that I did see very, very little. Oh my goodness. All right, so yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 1, and a little later on, we're gonna push through with our game on number 2. This is gonna take place in Erangel, so please do not go anywhere, as Clash of Giants will return after this short break. right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for Clash of Giants, and as we saw, Hail Esports really brought in the heat. But we'll just remind everybody here, ladies and gentlemen, that it's not just about us, it is not just about our teams, it is about you too. So if you are here and watching with us, should we reach the 30,000 viewers here on YouTube, we are going to give away 5 HyperX headphones. Should we reach 50 then, we are going to give away 2 AirPods. Wow, that already is enough for me, but it doesn't end there. As if we reach 70,000, we are going to give away 1 iPhone 15. Very juicy prizes over there, ladies and gentlemen. Now all you got to do is follow our Instagram. You join the server for Discord as well. Just send us a screenshot that you did, get your token number, wait for the draw, and of course keep your fingers crossed. Now this is one heck of a prize that we are going to give away, and I do think my partner will be here. I'm just waiting for him to land me a sign. Are you here, gentlemen?
Yes, I'm here right now, and apologies for a different kind of voice. We're trying our best to fix everything on our end, but again, I think very much Pika for covering for us. Hail Esports, though, they grab the first winner chicken dinner for today in Miramar. Good showing for them. Let's see if they'll be able to carry that over on ERANGEL, because it's Group A and C that will be playing this time around. If I'm not mistaken, they are still part of this Group A. So looking forward to more performance coming from Hail.
Wow, you know, Hail really did play that very intelligently, I would dare say, gentlemen, because they were on a hot streak moving forward. We saw that they were actually at one point the highest fraggers so far, and then eventually when they saw that everybody was starting to fall down like flies, they just held back a little bit, waited for the perfect opportunity, and they really did capitalize on a said chance. Now, I'm not going to take away the credit from Train to Kill, especially from XMPL, who just blew them away. Blew the competition to the roof. I loved every second of it. That's why I said that they did emerge on top. In my opinion, Train to Kill really did win, but of course, a win is a win. It doesn't matter whether it's an inch or a mile. Eh? I'm pretty sure you get the reference, but it is still Hail Esports.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I really agree with what you said right there. And again, like, a win is not just not only a win, but it also translates to 10 on those placement points. So a lot more can be grabbed, especially if you are taking that winner chicken dinner. And also if you can tie it up with that, if you can tie it up with all the elimination that you can bring into this game. So let's see if that will continue on. Again, the battle continues right now, but Group B will be sitting this one out. Group C will be joining us in the mix.
Oh man, this is gonna be really tricky. I will say that, gentlemen, because you know, for the most part, I do think that Group C they're very happy with what they saw. Right? They have a lot to process, a lot of information, a lot of good details, you know, every now and then that they could make use of because of that. But of course, it's one of those moments wherein I'd say you're better off with the momentum. They did rest, right? So with that amount of rest that they got, who knows what's coming their way. They could be too relaxed, you know. That really happens to a lot of players. If you're too leaned back, you may just actually let your guard down. So hopefully that's not the case here.
Yeah, hopefully that's not the case. I mean, there's no time really to lean back. It's really a chance for the team to show up right here, guns blazing, full throttle in this game. Because again, we keep mentioning this, especially as we start it of this day. This is the really final chance for some teams to grab all those points, especially if you're not doing well from the start of week 2. But if in case you already done a lot in week 1, then I guess you can chill. You can be chilling like a villain, because I'm pretty sure you have all those bonus points already all set for you to step into the grand finals.
Yeah, you know, grand finals, as we mentioned earlier, prizes wise, it's nothing to actually laugh about. It's really a huge gap between the playoffs and the grand finals. But speaking of prizes, I don't know what the prize for this is, but I'm gonna do my best to make the most accurate prediction. Okay, so how should I say this? We're looking at Group C, and is that B. I think that's
A
Group B.
and C.
A and C rather. Forgive me. Yeah,
Yeah.
A and C. So I'm gonna put my cards on RRQ.
Oh, I mean, good choice indeed, because we've seen them really done a lot in terms of performance. And well, for me, and again, I don't want to jinx anyone right here, because there's so many times that I think they have the great potential, but I'm probably not the luckiest guy in here. But let me bring this back. I think Hale has some good momentum. They might be able to carry this over for another round.
Oh man, okay. Oh, the man has rode the horse. Okay, I agree. Okay, you know what? I can't even hate you for that. There is no way. There is absolutely no way. But one more thing that we can never hate on is ERANGEL. You know, I've never heard anything bad about ERANGEL, to be honest, because this map right here, I'd say nothing beats the classics, right? So this is one of those. We're back to square one when it comes to ERANGEL. So yeah, man, this is it. This is game number 2, and this will also determine how the players and how the teams are gonna start dealing with map choice number 2.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case. I mean, right now it is the flight path coming from the north towards the south, and a lot of teams are already moving and dropping in onto their specific drop spot. We'll have to find out in a bit if they will have anyone joining them in the mix, and probably early engagement will be happening. So from the north to the south is really like it's not the first time we've seen this, as well as it's quite in the middle of this map. So I'm pretty sure they will take time, especially if some from Group A might have been tired from what happened from that Miramar game.
And you know, I remember that yesterday we did have a bit of a track record here that YOODO Alliance actually dropped quite interestingly in Sosnovka Island, right? And we thought that it would actually be unfavorable for them. But the circle, for some weird reason, started panning over that end of the island and just across the bridge, enough for them to actually scout the area. And without us actually telling you and spoiling you, folks, yeah, I'm pretty sure you heard the gunfire already. This is a very early encounter for some of our teams.
Yeah, not only that, as we can see the first stage of the circle, it will be a
oh my gosh!
onto the east, and I remember seeing this from the early part of this competition. And not quite sure if you were able to saw this, because this is like a little bit too early, the first few days of the playoffs, wherein they are like they ended the game underwater, only on one island for them to battle it on.
That's not really a good battlefield to engage in, you know. Not only do you have not much to work with, you know, no cover whatsoever, but you have water. Man, that's also a source of casualty. You can't stay submerged for too long. You can only hold your breath for a brief amount of time before your lungs start giving in. And I'm not just talking about the figurative sense. I mean that literally too. So that is realism at its finest. Now here we go. NGX, NIGMA Galaxy already has their eyes set on their first contact.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to follow through on the contact, and it's Paladin who's just waiting as well. I think he heard a little bit in the area coming from Coops, as well as one more, but he's not alone though. He has a companion with him. But Freak right now on the rooftop, I mean, it's not the first time that we've seen Freak in here and really brought the Freak on. When he spots an enemy, he will be waiting. Well, he will be waiting regardless of what's happening with the rest of the team.
Right. And this is one thing that we always commend, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to ERANGEL. So many compounds to work with. And different levels as well. You see, there's a shed. There's actually what we call a guardhouse in there too. We have a watchtower. We got normal bungalows. We got houses. Anything can happen here. Here we go. Good start here on the side of DX. So there's a trade though. Chua's out of there. Chua was one of the last few players. I know you missed that a while ago, Neptune, but Chua was the last man standing on the side of the Xavier for the last 4 teams, and he tried his absolute best to withstand the onslaught from Hale, from Train to Kill. You know, they had a lot. They had a lot of sights pointed his direction, but right now, it's not looking good for him. It's an absolute reverse of game number 1.
Right, let's see if they'll be able to do a lot more right now. NIGMA Galaxy is in quite a bit of trouble because two of their teammates will be or has been knocked down, and they need to recover. But once you are doing that recovery, you will be like a sitting duck, and we've seen how much damage the Xavier can put in this game. But well, not so much of a follow up or follow through will be done as Tua though has been knocked down as well, and they need to bring it up because if I'm not mistaken, this is Tua is one of the best in here. What old Frankie also being brought down?
Man, these nades though, these are the difference makers here. I'd say knowing how the compounds are really concrete, you can't 100% engage into gunfights unless you choose to peek rather, or to push for it. So yes, this is where utilities are very, very useful, I'd say. Okay, but here we have an encounter off of Bruce. He does take one down. That's one to his name. Okay, so man, EX not looking very healthy here. They this is not the position that they want to be in. It's too early. Stage 1 is really closing in quite quickly. No team eliminated just yet, if memory serves. So I'd say this is gonna be quite the journey.
Yeah, I would agree. And well, it's not an easy journey, especially for those teams right here. The Savior already lost one, or actually both of the teams lost one. But the only difference is old Frankie hasn't been picked up just yet. So they need to be a little bit cautious as well as try and rush in towards old Frankie because otherwise it will be a losing game, especially if it will be a 2v3 situation.
Oh man, yeah, that is true. That is true. I do think that because of these odds, right? For some of these teams, especially the ones we're not seeing anybody here just yet, right? We're looking exactly at DX and Enigma Galaxy. These odds of being eliminated this early, a lot of teams here don't want to take that chance. I don't want to look at the map just yet, but I want to be surprised, right? I personally want to be in a bit of a shock. Okay, well, yeah, Prod, just shifting it over to Morph.
Oh, you will be surprised indeed later on.
Yeah, there's that too. Okay, but so far no engagement on the side of Morph. They do have a bunch of vehicles, seized, and this is going back old school, Neptune. This is one of those moments wherein you're basically playing ranked game. Find a car, find a vehicle, go to a spot where you'd be most comfortable, and just weather out the storm.
Now, let's see if we'll be able to see a lot more. But speaking of storm, a lot of teams has been staying outside of the blue storm, and though it doesn't hurt, especially in the first stage, well, it will you'll be using up a lot more of your resources, especially if you don't have that much. But I guess with the time that they spend already outside for the side of Daewoo United, Kagendra, and Utiliance, they will be moving in. They need to move in. Otherwise, they might be caught off guard later on.
And you just got a glimpse there of Lapar, the man of the season, I would say. He's one of those. He's put in the work, and for good reason. I do think by the end of this entire tournament, not just this day, the entire tournament, he's gonna come out even stronger. Now this another encounter on a different side of our map here. Oh my gosh, Shopper out of there, care of Bernard Bohr at his DBF, and he is leaving the premises aflame. Oh man, this is gonna definitely hurt. Another flush down on the side of Genesis Esports. It seems XERXIA does feel a little bit of a pinch here. RNJ trying to get across. I think he needs to resuscitate. There's a bit of a problem here. They are 2 men down, gentlemen.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, 2 men down, but Genesis Esports still have a 3-man strong right now. Good name, might be able to bring it down. RNJ, perfect timing, trying to balance out this engagement. And let's see if Genesis Esports will be able to respond because they don't have so much cover.
Man, and to think that we're already in Erangel. This is building city, Oh, just like that. First, the blood goes to Team XERXIA. Man, they must regroup after that, because after all that, all the stalls that we had, even after a few of the gunshots that we heard before this whole thing even escalated, no one was eliminated. There was no elimination whatsoever. There were encounters, no, but there was absolutely no elimination. And just like that, Team XERXIA back to the drawing board.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be drawing a better picture this time around compared to what we've seen earlier. Because so far they have a good potential in terms of their damage capability, but against Genesis Esports, they will not be showing that much, especially if a few of their members has been brought down a little bit too early. And more GPX though as much as they want to stay silent and wait for the perfect timing, they will be need with a few teams that they need to put them out with all those gunshots.
Oh man, look at NB Esports gathering like Autobots, right? They just need to hole up. They just gotta find the perfect spot to park. And we've seen this happen so many times actually, that some of the teams, they bring the cars inside vicinities just so no one would actually take control of them. Not to mention, it's a good way to find cover. So NB Esports, yep, sadly. Oh man, I feel for you, Neptune. I feel for you right now, gentlemen. Hail Esports though, with an early round 2 exit. Oh my goodness.
I don't know. I mean, again, hopefully the teams are not taking it against me, because Haley Sports had good potential earlier, but I think like I can take responsibility if they're not performing, but hopefully they will give me or other team will give me a good prediction later on. But right now we are left with 13 teams. 2 teams already brought in to the lobby, and they will be in a slowdown as they will need to find out where the enemies are right now. We're seeing the EVOS putting in a lot of work, and they are being gunned down by T2K.
I remember Jane, you know, this particular player right here, he's kind of like a sleeper slayer. There were times that Jane actually had very good streaks in prior tournaments. I'm just not going to mention what they are, but there were times that he was really up there, and when it came to, you know, when it came to streaking. But I don't know. It's been a good minute since I've seen that happen. Never mind. Let's head right here to Dewa United. So we have Galak. There we go. That's what I was talking about. Scouting for the bridge, man. That is a very big deal because there's a huge chance that somebody will be coming off of the island, off of Sosnovka, basically the military base. So that is going to be free frag, right? But yeah, I'd say right now people are making haste to head over to Milta. Milta does have a few buildings to capitalize on a little later, and you could see that white trail. That is a road, ladies and gentlemen. So what that means is if you're a vehicle user, huge chance you're going to pass through that. And the teams who secure their hiding spots earlier on could really prove advantageous.
And worried about YOODO lines though. They are far a little bit further in there, unable to cross the bridge because there might not be so much left, and they will need to swim across to get to this area of Milta. But on NB Sports though, they already have great headway. 1 elimination to their name. Made a little bit of noise. If in case they will be gunned down, hopefully they can grab a few more points their time.
Through that. And here we go. A lot of vehicles on the side of AGONxI8. Just gotta... I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to stall a little bit of time here. They do have a good few compounds to their name, but it's only a matter of time before they get pinched in. Look at how many teams are scattered all over the place here. They gotta be slow on this one. It's stage 3, and remember what happened yesterday, Neptune. Some of the teams, they underestimated the power of the Blue Grim Reaper. They did fall victim. A lot of them, by the way, are MVP for one of the games. So they still got to be cautious about this. Not just pay attention to the eliminations, not just placement, but of course survival.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. They need to survive a little longer. Not a lot of teams are doing so, especially when everything gets heated. When they are getting that momentum, they are not like focusing more on survivability. So hopefully they can do it this time. And I guess with RRQ, that is the game plan. No elimination just yet. Complete squad. The same goes for NBE Sports.
Oh no!
We saw earlier, NBE Sports. I will not mention another team ever again.
Please don't, especially the one that I actually predicted. My goodness. Stay with your team. RRQ off of a clean slate. Man, these boys just came off of the shower. They were just newly bathed. And now, because of what Netune said, they were inflicted damage. Never mind. Forget that I said that. Here we go. Oh no! Hexes, no! Oh my goodness, Neptune, why you gotta do this to me? Though we have one elimination on the side of RRQ. We'll have a bit of an encounter here of Asa. But let's see if he can close this out. Nerpeiko's still on his knees.
I think he'll be able to grab a few more to their side. The Gendro, though, is on the bitter end, similar to what we've seen earlier. They only have one guy remaining to their side. You Lions, though, fortunate for them, they were able to cross and got that tail end of this island, but they need to move a little bit further, though. They have their ridge as well as a little bit of water to their side that might help them hide out. For those who are on the northern side of the map, it might be difficult because they might be going in out in the open.
Oh man, this is going to be very interesting because there's no casualty yet on the side of Dewa United, and this is one team that we've had kind of mixed results with. You know, sometimes they do good, sometimes they do bad, or I know it's really arbitrary when it comes to BR, but there's really not much of Dewa United, if you could remember, that we could really talk about. You know, this could be their turning point. A bit of caution. We still have NB Esports untouched, and just by saying that, I'm pretty sure I'm jinxing it already. So, but they do have a couple eliminations to their name. Let's see how the rest of Trade to Kill, as well as BIGETRON right here, how they're gonna deal with this. Beautiful stuff from Vax, though.
See if Repo Boy or Repo SSS will be able to reposition themselves well later on. As you mentioned, or as I mentioned earlier, they do have a little bit of ridge, but it will be a huge mistake if in case they will be caught off guard. So they're not moving it that quickly across crossing that stage of the circle, and they will be waiting for the perfect timing. And we have Dewa United, though, passing across them, but they will not be spotted, even not moved by the same as YOODO Lions. They want to be very, very quiet.
Oh man, one last member off of Genesis Esports. We have Slim Zai over here. Just gotta play things as slow and as safely as possible. If there's any indication that survival really is the name of the game, it was match number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. As we have three teams a while ago who had to duke it out, 2 or 3 teams I'd say, with their last member making it thus far and holding on for dear life. Now, speaking of holding on for dear life here, we do have Agon just picking off as much as they could. Slowly but surely inching their way to the last few stages that we have. 12 teams here remaining, gentlemen.
Yeah, let's see if 12 teams will be lesser in a bit because, as you mentioned, Genesis Esports only have one guy. And earlier, the aggressive game style of DA Savior has brought them to also with only a few more. Dewa, though, has lost, or one of their guys has been knocked down. And let's see if the confirmation will be done. And it is PERSIJA EVOS receiving the shorter end of the stick again. And Beast goes, what a shot!
Woo!
A shot against YOODO Lions. I thought they're safe, but they were not quiet.
Oh man, Leon from Morph. That was pretty dramatic, I'd say. Out of all the teams who I'd say were trying to make the much needed preparations, I'd say Morph really tried their best. Be as cautious as possible. Oh my gosh, there it is. I'm jinxing him. I am jinxing him. Get out of there. Get out of there, Rocky. Leave. Oh. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. More action headed your way. Oh, just like that, PERSIJA EVOS. They are out of there. And oh, never mind. Never mind. Morph also got eliminated. I was about to say that. Man, I really held on out there for Morph. I really did think that they would go a little further than they did earlier. But yeah, good stuff. Train to Kill, still in this. Still doing really well. I'd say that good attempt right there, gentlemen. Morph is break here for me. Oh no! I lost two! I lost as well! No! Our
Dude, don't take it too hard for yourself. You already have 2-4-2 for your end. I got nothing. I got nothing. And like, even if I tried, even if I attempted to, like, they are being gunned down. So again, don't take it against me. I'm trying my best to choose the best team, and it's, I would say, if you come up in a prediction, any casters, that is already a good thing. You just need to follow it up with a win. But let's see if who will be winning this engagement. A few knockdowns already coming in from left, right, and center right now. All they have to do is stay safe and recover. Otherwise, they will be in losing end. 8 teams remaining. At least if you get taken out from the 8th spot, and below you, or from the 8th spot, you will have 1 on the placement. Hopefully, you'll be able to follow up with elimination.
Man, I'm keeping my fingers crossed here for specifically for YOODO Alliance. They did really well earlier, man. I do think that they're able to do it again. Yes, albeit with 1 casualty and 1 down. Maybe if some of these teams start to be a little careless, if I'm not gonna lie, like say AGONxI8. AGONxI8 apparently has the best stats so far when it comes to survivability. One of the best chances. So what they can do for this one is, yeah, perhaps allow the other teams to clash as the usual. It's an old formula, but
Yeah.
you know you're very behind on elimination. So let's see if what they're gonna go for. Are we gonna go for the 10, for the sweet 10, or maybe just rack up those body counts?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams has used this, and I would agree. It has been a formula that has been used overall. It is a working formula. All you have to do is like find the perfect way to approach this if you want to get in a few more apart from the 10. Because if I'm not mistaken, the average that we're getting in terms of elimination and winner chicken dinner points is 10-10. Given 20 overall. So if they can grab a little bit more a little bit early, then AGONxI8 might be able to do so. But as we speak, 1 has been taken down, 1 has been knocked down. Hopefully they will be able to recover him, but unfortunately they don't. And on the farther side, Kluk or Adik Look trying to take out who TF is love.
Oh man. See, this is where I'm usually wrong. But I'm still keeping my hopes up for YOODO Alliance. For their sake as well, you know. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna try a little harder. But this cornering from train to kill, I'm pretty sure he's gonna try to pick up love right here, just swimming for dear life. And look at this! Look at this! Oh, see that he's coming in for the kill. Are you serious right now, Jane? Oh, a little greedy. XMPL down to his knees. Oh my goodness, Neptune, what's gonna happen here? Nade for a finishing touch? Not quite.
Yeah, Adik Look right now is in here really taking in a lot of those knockdowns, and who TF love will be knocked down once again the moment that Jane picks him up. So the smartest thing to do, the only thing to do right now for Jane is just put him down. But no, who can put Kluk down? He is the one who brought T2K to his knees all alone, and no one to help him. 3 has been brought in.
Man, I could not believe that YOODO Alliance went for that. I could not believe they went on a T2K infested ground. That's what I was talking about. I was like, are you seeing this? He's actually gonna go for it. Anyways, man, that was a very risky move on the side of YOODO Alliance. There were 3 trained to kill players there, man. Oh man.
that was like 1 going down in front of him, especially with a vehicle. That's already a blessing for him, because at that point, if he can hide it out, then the rest of the team will be moving in, and that's what he did right now. Now with YOODO Alliance, Luke will be running away, and BIGETRON trying to gun him down, but no, he goes in for the drift, missing that turn, and he is now stuck. Against NBesports, nades as well as shots will be on him, but he fires back. He responds. He will not be giving up that easily. The only question is, where is the rest of YOODO Alliance? Where the rest of the backup? Will cavalry save him this time?
Again, the sleuth of bad decisions so far on the side of YOODO Alliance, just piling up. First, premature engagement. Second, a corner. Look at where he is. His back is against the safe zone. Oh no! Oh no! You're gonna have to go for a sprint. He has to get on out of there. But good trigger discipline on the side of NB Esports, specifically. Right here. This is sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
The
not.
thing
He's
is,
not
like-
going for it. He tried to set his sights there, but he did not pull the trigger. He doesn't have information. He's gonna start repositioning here. See if there's any other opponent.
There you have it. We
Yep,
have not
that's
only
it.
NB Esports who's targeting them, even NIGMA Galaxy shot against YOODO Alliance. But still, props to YOODO Alliance. Imagine where they were placed earlier. They were not in this island. They were on the other side. They had to cross using that waters. Probably one reason why Klook was able to gun down those T2Ks
Yes.
in the water, because they know the experience of being underwater, and they grab 6 elimination there, point. And not only that, he was able to outsmart, outwit NB Esports. They are still targeting the tree, but it was already seconds that he moved away.
Man, this is what I'm talking about. You cannot risk the damage taken from the play zone. This is not where you want to be. And that's what I was. That was what I was also mentioning. Pardon me, there, Neptune. When it came to the choices that they were making.
Yeah.
You were so close to the safe zone, and you had so much as a tree to back you up, and you went out there with all of these teams sights set on you. Yes, they're not all gunning for you, but you had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Oh
Let's
my
see if NB Sports will have somewhere to go. Oh, unfortunately, NIGMA Galaxy says otherwise, grabbing their 7th elimination. Now, Coops and Free really is, well, especially with Coops, because he's part of that road to MVP. AGONxI8, on the other hand, will be eating and ate a lot of bullets from day 9. Let's see if a lot more will be offered by this team. No, BIGETRON Red Villains will be the villains of their story. And Ghost is alone in here in the middle of nowhere, trying to rush them. Unsuspectingly, shots from the other side.
My goodness. Okay, see, I'm gonna give a new award here, gentlemen, for one of probably the most used guns we are seeing today. That Mini 14 wreaks havoc per game. My goodness. Okay, yes, you're right about this. These red villains right here, they are the antagonists today. They are 3 men. There are 3 men right here who can take down each and every single living member from all these other 3 teams off of the fantastic 4 that we have now. However, frags, Nigma right here, they're not really still far off. I'd say that they can still make something happen here, because AGONxI8 down to their last man. Same with a DU. This is, man, this is gonna be something.
Yeah, I mean, they need to be smart in their approach, but D right now is going solo. He needs to be quiet, but no, he managed to knock down one of AGONxI8, but with the gunshots, they will be heard by NIGMA Galaxy and Coops and Freak. We know how these guys really bring in the fire. Not only that, we have BIGETRON Red Villains on the other side, and it is Superboy, aka U-High, taking the lead. A little bit up front though, and the rest will be backing off on a different compound. But in a bit, it will be closing. The blue will be closing, pushing them in onto that green compound. And let's see. It might be a 2v2 later on, or a 2v3 if in case the final member from Dewa will be surviving.
Man, Nooks is stuck in that gas station. There's a lot of eyes that'll definitely come his way. But yeah, NIGMA Galaxy, I think they're gonna have to play absolute stealth mode here. Just stay within the crates. No medical utilities here. So this is not the right time for you to be pushing, unless you see somebody turn into a box. Then maybe that's when you can start looting out. And you see how there's a crate over here. So what that means is the goodies are in the bag. You're just gonna have to maybe inch your way. I don't think it was looted as well though. So maybe if Nukes can make his way ever so slowly to that, then maybe a bit of an edge can come his way. I like this. I like the standoff.
Yeah, let's see if who will end the standoff, because again, as much as we want, Daewoo United is in the shorter end of the stick right now. He's going solo, not so much of elimination. 3 of Bigetron Red Villains are uneasy. And you know how uneasy people are. The moment that they see or feel there's something wrong, they will be shooting at you. You're like crosshair. You are on their crosshairs. And Bigetron Red Villains just need to be outsmarted and outweighted, I believe, if NIGMA Galaxy or Daewoo will be taking advantage of that. Probably taking down 1 from each team, and then later on they are the ones targeted. But we're talking about BTR. They're not the team that will go down easily.
Definitely, man. They're, as we always imply, they're top dogs for a reason. You know, they have instigated so many firefights. They have started so many dramatic moments here. And speaking of which, they are the first to actually exit their compound, and they are going in for the kill here. It looks like our question is going to be answered here, gentlemen. It looks like BTR, they are asking these players to draw.
Let's see if they'll be drawing a few more than the first blood, as well as how quick will they be drawing. Lapar right now just putting all those nades in all the corners where these teams can possibly hide. But Nooks will be responding as well with his now own utilities and grenade molly right now. Nooks, unfortunately for Nooks, like, he's the one in the very open area, and he was the one damaged. Thus he might be the one being targeted. But no, Freak is in here as well as Coops just showed up and let BTR hear their footsteps. So it is battle all around. The par receive a little bit of a challenge, and it is a 2v3. Nooks just need to be waiting and silent.
I cannot actually watch this right now, man. I feel for so bad. They're spraying all over his compound here. Nooks! Oh man, he held on for dear life. He did all that he could, but the numbers game really went to his side here. There it is. Sadly. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! What happened?
NIGMA! They got the winner chicken dinner, outsmarted, outweighed, and outplayed Bigetron Red Villains. And like, I was surprised. I was even surprised with what happened right there. The only thing, though, is if we look back to the last scenario that we had, they pulled back, making sure that they have the wall. They have the wall dividing them. And even if the teams of Bigetron Red Villains can flank left against that wall, they will be out in the open. So all they have to do, back away a little bit and wait for them to show up. And show up, they did, and they were gunned down.
Oh my goodness, not with a PP-19 Bison of all weapons. You never see that. You never see a PP-19 Bison close to any game. Hardly. That is seeing a unicorn. Oh my. Okay, but you know what? Credit where it's due. Coops. I remember he was one of the players that didn't really have much utilities earlier on. Later on in the game. He was cornered. He had to stay inside the crate. He had to stay there for a good amount of time before that engagement even occurred. But you know what? Dukes too. I'm gonna get to that later on. Dukes also. Oh my goodness. He was. That was a very valiant effort. But yeah, let's give it up for Coops. I'd say he was the difference maker. He was the guy who put the cap on the side of Bigetron. So man.
Oh.
No doubt here. No doubt.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, he's one of the guys who's been running, if I'm not mistaken, second to Lapar on that road to MVP when it started this day. And this is the reason why. Those smart gameplay and like, though there's 2 of them, Freak and Coops, but having Coops with you, especially if you can, like, you have a teammates that can bring in a lot of elimination, Freak will not be afraid. Freak will not need to worry because he knows he have this guy who has his back, and despite of the odds, they can grab that winner chicken dinner. And there you have it. We have Coops right now taking over 3 of our summary rankings, and Lord will be there as well with BIGETRON, Red Villains, Gen Foss with the highest assists. I mean, it's not just all those confirmed elimination. You need to put in a little bit of help, and that is where assist goes.
Man, look at this. 4 out of NIGMA, right? This is unreal. So this is what these players have come down to, folks. They're not just going after frags. They're not just going after placement. They're going after stats. So that's gonna look good, and that's actually a learning process as well for these players. They know that these credentials, these details, actually help them improve a little bit, right? Now, speaking of improvement, that's a big jump here for NIGMA Galaxy. The last time I think we saw them actually get a chicken dinner was yesterday, and I believe they were also they had it like, I'd say, game number 2 or 3. We're gonna check on that. But BTR, of course, with no surprise, not a surprise to us at all. Second, you know, that's still a good amount of points that they got. Not to mention the eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. And well, we have NBE Sports though. They have been taken down a little bit early before the final moment. We have NBE Sports that have brought in a lot of engagement, especially when they went against Utilize. Oh, this is what you were waiting for. Robles to cross over that 200 point, and they did. They did this time around 248, very close to 50.
I expect nothing less from ERANGEL, you know. There are too many houses to infiltrate. You're definitely going to start throwing rocks at that. Beautiful stuff. But this, what a shakeup. What a shakeup we're looking at, gentlemen. Because of that win, NIGMA Galaxy just trumps with 3 points over Team RRQ. So, yep, me and gentlemen right here, we did get proven wrong of who our predictions will be, but we are definitely happy of what the result is, because with NIGMA Galaxy up there, we have a new top dog in the yard.
Yeah, exactly. And let's see on the second page, we have They Were United with their valiant efforts, especially with Nukes in there surviving the longest on number 3, and they will be followed by T2K, who unfortunately has been gunned down out in the waters. It's like they were the fish in a barrel from the sides of Adik Look from their final moment, and they will be going down a few more spots. Alter Ego hasn't moved up just yet, GLU as well as Morph GPX, but Genesis Esports moved up, and a few more will be moving up and down, and we know how scrappy it will be, especially in this stage of the competition.
And look at YOODO Alliance here, gentlemen. Finally breaking that curse. You know, not wanting to see 23 for the second time today. With that, I'd say stellar performance. You know, yes, albeit some bad decisions every now and then, but it was enough to propel them just 4 points away from a DX. So nicely done. Yeah. I cannot wait to see more. And yes, as I mentioned, NIGMA Galaxy, this same time yesterday, they bagged their chicken dinner. That was game number 2 that they actually did win, so I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a pattern that they're really looking for. Probably it is for NIGMA Galaxy, but I'm really happy that a lot of teams are showing up, aside from those that we're expecting. Again, appreciate all the effort from the teams. Also, the viewers out there, make sure that you are sharing the stream right now. Despite of all the technical issues that we are having in the background, we'll try our best to bring the hottest action to your screen, because we are in here trying to reach all those milestones, and you would like to grab all those prizes for yourself. But again, for those grabbing the points, it's already 2 maps from these 2 sets of groups, and they've grabbed a lot of points already.
Yeah, and the day is far from done, gentlemen. They have 4 more chances to rack up those points, and not to mention make more moments. That's what I'm all about, ladies and gentlemen. But before anything else, before we move forward, we're going to go back to the dry land. But before that, I'm going to take a quick break. PK and gentlemen here for Clash of Giants when we return.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Ruthless Hype Esports Clash of Giants Season 2. On the casters, yes, I am Neptune the Gentleman Gaming, together with Pika, and still the dust hasn't settled for this team. A lot of engagement is about to happen as we go back to the cycle of our maps. Back to Miramar, a lot of dust, sand, and sun will be seen by the team. Let's see who will grab all those points.
Man, I can already feel the heat from here once again. You know, it's one of those. It is one of those moments, folks, that you are going to have to stack up on your water as well as your umbrellas. Because, yes, with Miramar just over the horizon, let's see how these teams are going to learn. Lesson number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Hale really brought in a lot, and a winner chicken dinner on their side as well. But when we were expecting that they can get this as their momentum, well, probably it jinxed it. But Hale Esports still has a lot more that they can offer in this game. Let's see if they are the ones who will be grabbing another chicken, or probably a different team. We're expecting a different team because we don't want just a snowball happening, but for snowball, hopefully the viewers will be snowballing to this broadcast because we need to reach this milestone. 30,000, 50,000, and 70,000 translates to specific gadgets that I'm pretty sure you don't want to deny.
Man, look at all these. And you know me for one, well, I could use that iPhone personally, but you know, the audience, you all deserve this for giving us so much views. I'll be very honest, so don't hesitate to do so. Bring your friends over, follow our Instagram account, join our Discord server, send us a screen cap of that, and of course, just join in. Make sure to keep your fingers crossed that you will be our very lucky winners.
Yep, and well, this like the next map doesn't involve that much of luck. Yes, it does in the flight path as well as the stages of the circle, but it also has skills as well as tactics involved. So Group B and Group C will be jumping in this time around. I don't think Hale will be in here, so they don't have that chance to grab that winner chicken dinner. And let's give chance to other. I mean, like, we have NIGMA Galaxy already grabbing that ERANGEL. We have Group B and Group C right now. A lot of teams that has a lot to offer, and well, such great potential coming from these teams, especially for those who did well from the week 1 and still not showing right now. A surprise might happen.
Oh man, I'm kind of, you know what? I don't want to put my ball on the court of STALWART Esports right now. But not because I have lost trust, right? It is simply because these teams are turning up quite quick. You know, I have a feeling. I have a feeling that one of the teams that we didn't really see as much in game number 2, they're gonna be the ones who do that here. One such is basically, I'd say AGON, right? AGON. NB Esports, these are just some of the teams that maybe they learned their lesson moving forward. And with ERANGEL out of the equation here, we're gonna go back to semi-close quarters. Now, if I'm gonna predict, yes, the question is on my side. I'm gonna go first on this one. I'm gonna volunteer.
Go ahead.
I would go with Alter Ego.
Oh, Alter Ego.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that's one of my first few choices because of how well they maintain, especially major tournaments that they jumped into. But since you have the top in Southeast Asia, let's go for the top in South Asia. Why not? Let's go for 4 Miracle Vibes.
Oh man, I wanted that too. Okay, but I was so torn. But you know what? I do think that. Okay, you got me on this one. I was so torn because I remember seeing how 4 Miracle Vibes were actually, they're also pretty consistent, I'd say. Sure, maybe just a few games ago they were not, but looking back at their track record, they have probably some of the most convincing chicken dinners as well. You know, they have pretty good stats. I think they're at 5 right now. So that's kind of like tied with majority of the rest of the teams, like BIGETRON. I'd say also, if not NIGMA as well, correct me if I'm wrong, RRQ is at 5, so they're up there. So that's really no question. Man, I could have taken that. Can I steal, Fraud?
I mean, we can talk about it. We can have a gentleman agreement regardless of who wins. If 4 Miracle Vibes wins, you have a point from me, even if it's not showing in the board. But guys, a little bit of correction. Like, I don't want to be quoted on this. When I say South Asia, the top, we're talking about like especially how they perform on week 1, because currently it was Stalwart Esports who was the first place, the champion from South Asia Fall. PMPL. So again, I just want to correct all of those things, but a lot of corrections needs to be done, especially for those who made those mistakes in the first match of today. 18 seconds remaining before they jump in to the desert of Miramar.
Oh my goodness, man. It's this again. As I told you, there's always somewhat a bit of trauma, whenever I look at Miramar, simply because of how many chaotic instances can actually happen in Miramar, And yes, sure, how the island, the entirety of Miramar is actually filled with water, but there's not really that many situations or that many iconic moments wherein you end the circle outside of the island, right? It's really primarily over the dry areas. So if I'm gonna make a prediction here too, I do think that this time around we're gonna see a crossfire without any cover whatsoever. I'd say with no buildings to block your way. It's really just mano a mano, Wild West style. So right now we're seeing a lot of early deployment here on the side of GSM at the very bottom. This is like Paraiso. We're looking at that, and maybe, just maybe, they could make their way to Valle del Mar a little later on, take a little bit of cover. But again, it's just me. The flight path seems to be going rather northeast here, and it's gonna cut right through everything else. Yeah. This is very common.
Yep, exactly. And the way the flight path is showing right now, it's really not far, even for northern side, unless you want to go to Valle del Mar or probably the island below that is a long drop that you'll need to make. But I guess everyone will be comfortable right here. Not only that, they have plenty of compounds to work with, and even Los Leones right now, who I think will be occupants by not only 1 but 2 teams, if not even more. And as you can see, the first stage will be a little bit towards that south area, and I would like to go with your prediction on the final stage of the circle, because it will be exciting. It's like tacticals that they need to use to survive an open ground, but it will be exciting as well if we end up a little bit underwater.
Man, okay, that really caught me off guard, not gonna lie, because this, as I said, look at where CMFxGSM are all where they're at right now. I think they're gonna get out and dodge. They went straight to the lower islands with vehicles already. So they're gonna try to play this one with a bit of an ambush game, I'd say, or maybe crocodile strat it out. They're gonna have to stay near water, wait for the prey to come their way, and pounce when the time is right. And maybe, as I said, they could just play possum. They could just be very patient about this, because the rest of the teams they deployed way up north. So this is their territory now. They did jump off really early. So I think the circle would favor this quite well.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case, because from the first instance of Miramar, they didn't grab that much of points. If not, they didn't grab any points, and this is a chance for them to really make it up. But if they continue on, probably stick a little bit longer towards that island of Los Higos and the further down, then they might be left out with a lot of engagement as well. So hopefully they can catch up in the points, and as well as the rotation that they're doing. NIGMA Galaxy, though, after that valiant battle that they fought earlier, they will just be chilling right now. I think they need a little bit of rest after what happened from that previous match.
That too, and of course they can't let their sights out of the other teams as well. You see how Coops and Ruff also are in vehicles right now. What that means is they do want to take refuge and maybe go quick transport, maybe just loot out a little bit.
Yeah.
Without wanting to encounter anybody. They're already, I'm not gonna say secured, but they do have an upper hand here amongst majority of the teams, especially since I'm pretty sure that no one wants to make an early exit off of Miramar. This is, I'm not saying it's insulting, but at the same time, it's so hard. It's so hard to find the right spots here.
Yeah, the thing is, what I'm looking forward to is at least survive towards the second to third phase or third stage. That will not be that, it wouldn't hurt that much especially there's not so much engagement, a few damages here and there. But if you can survive, find a good place for you, you will have that fighting chance. Compared to what we've seen earlier, like on the get-go, 1 or 2 teams already going down, and it's really head scratcher, as well as you will be spending a lot of time waiting for the next battle to happen. You'll probably put in a few more of team deathmatch later on whilst you wait. So and you don't want to waste all those time waiting for the next battle to happen. It breaks your momentum. It breaks the hunger from these teams.
And you know, the resources as well. Let's talk about that. You know, whenever
Yeah.
you have an encounter, that kind of forces you to loot even more. So you got to be super careful with the fights
yeah.
that you take, right? Because whenever that happens, you're gonna expend a lot of ammo. Not to mention medicals, which you never really get the luxury of getting straight up. Like from the first few circles, you're gonna have to survive with just the pain pills, you know, a little bit of bandages here and there. But medkits, you'd be very lucky to say be like Doc right here with 4 already. Same with East. He already has 3 medkits. So this is the beauty, I'd say, of, and look at Baron as well. 4 Miracle Vibes apparently went straight to a hospital. You know, they talked to the nurse and just please, I need the big bags over here.
Dude, I mean, you wouldn't be without a doctor. Like, what is the use of having doc with you if you will not have all those to heal yourself? So again, that's a team carrying their name. Not only that, the player carrying his name, because as you mentioned, 3 of the medkits. It's barely we see that it's very hard to come by, and they managed to grab 3 of them just for himself. And let's see. I guess that is something that they will be using to take advantage of what's going to happen in a bit. But speaking of happening, not a lot is happening.
I mean, this is a pretty good stall. I'd say, knowing that it's already halfway through the evening, or through our game day right here, the players want to take it slow. I think placement points are really what counts here, because remember, this is, I believe, their second. This is their second to the last day before grand final. So they want to make each of these games count. Placement points. Maybe, just maybe, it could be the name of the game when it comes to Miramar. Oh, there it is, the first casualty. Oh, we got Dictator over there, taken out once again, gentlemen, by a Mini 14. Actually, this weapon is so native. It's so native to this map, I'll tell you straight up. Oh, man.
Yeah.
And in the hands of Lord as well. Was it? Was it? I'm not so sure.
Well, we don't have any confirmation, but so it's possible that it's. Oh no, I think it's Raouf right now.
Yeah.
Who is? So he's like, he's brought the Raouf down, and CMFxGSM. Well, this is the guys who we're expecting who might be a little bit late in the party. They were, but they stepped in onto the bridge, and it just managed to be caught by NIGMA Galaxy. And no, they responded well, bringing down the Lord to his knees. And Ralph has nothing to do with that. Mini 14 in hand, and still no shot to take. Confirmation done, and they are left with 3.
46 gets himself a bit of a casualty there. Takes one right off with his DBS, you know. And you know, just this is one tidbit that I want to share with you, gentlemen. I love the DBS in real life. I'm not so sure if I mentioned it, but I do. You know, whenever you
Real
hear,
life?
Yeah. You know, the actual weapon. I love that. It's a big gun. I'm telling you right now, it is a huge gun, you know. And a lot of movies actually incorporate that weapon simply because of its destructive power. So, I personally think that there's a good reason also why it's so devastating in this game. So moving forward, oh my gosh, who positions themselves like this? What? Man, under the bridge. Okay, this is an interesting take, I'd say. Not many players actually try to hold up in here. This is clever. This is really clever.
I mean, yeah, it is clever, but just in case you will be heard, you will be spotted, then that's where you will have little to no place to go. So hopefully they'll be careful. They will be cautious in the position. But I would agree, like, it's a different game style. We don't see that often, and a lot of teams will not be expecting that. So clever stuff indeed.
And you know, the one reason I believe that's so is because this is so early. A lot of players will not expect you to be by the bridge because there's hardly anything to loot, right? And not to mention with all the it's a usual mentality to go for the high ground, secure it right away. So who would do that this early on? I'd say that was a good approach on the side of GSM. But yeah, you know, it's a fair point that you made. There's nowhere to go if you do encounter somebody. Again, maybe what they're banking on now is the fact that it's unpredictable and that they don't get seen.
7-element right now.
Oh, crazy trade here, both 7th element and Boom.
If you name yourself Gunpowder, you might be the ones exploding. And
Okay, wait. I'm gonna cut you straight up. I do think it's Gunpower. So yeah.
Oh, Gunpower.
Yeah. But you know what? Yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna lie. I got fooled by that too. Like the very first time I read it, oh man, that is such a huge jinx. See, it's there. He's right there. That is Gunpower. But oh my goodness, yeah. You know what? You're right. At one point in my life, I'm gonna do that. I am so gonna jinx myself by naming myself with something so dangerous.
Well, again, kidding aside, like it's nuts. Like it's a great move coming from Gunpower in here, taking down the ones in the vehicle. But being out in the open, you don't want to risk that. You need to make sure that you have backup on your side, similar to what we've seen a few of 7-element has done. But unfortunate for them, they are being gunned down, being brought down to their knees one at a time. And I think it's only one remaining member who is still standing and who's not bleeding out. So Boom Esports can take advantage of this situation. Though they lost one from their side, they can jump in. 3 guns blazing, but no! G24 will manage to hit him from the stairs.
Oh man, they are. First and foremost, he is tanking this play zone right now, man. Oh!
Ooh.
What a shot! What a shot from T24 and from YOLO as well. What a trade. First team to leave 7th element right off the window. He went missing. Oh my gosh, he went Neo on that one, man. He went Matrix off of that window. Beautiful stuff. But there was really a DBS waiting for him. And again, I'd say, you know, it's kind of like premonitionary. When I kept talking about DBS, we got an elimination from it, and that was actually the elimination frag for 7th element. So a good amount of action there. That you only see that in movies. So
yeah, I mean, this is different move, cinematic effect that we're looking at right now. But I would agree, not so much of that has been seen in these kinds of engagement. As we saw earlier, I mean, it was a valiant effort from 7-element when we thought that they might be able to survive. Then they have been gunned down. NB Esports, on the other hand, one guy remaining from their side, probably the next one to go down, but they were united a little bit too rushy. CMFxGSM, I love how they positioned themselves. Earlier, they were on the far end. This time around, they're in the high ground, but they are still being taken down one at a time. D46 goes down, and who goes in for the vehicle hit? It is Nooks who managed to survive earlier from the battle, and this is what they have to offer. Complete elimination of CMFxGSM.
oh man, you know what? This is one of those moments where I was right that I was happy I was wrong, you know, in a manner, because yeah, it was a clever move, but at the same time, I am not so sure how the engagement started. Right? It was pretty strange on how they were even spotted. But there it is. GSM out of there, and we're looking at 2 different teams right now just teeing off on each other. For Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports right here. This is El Tradicional, man. I'm telling you, this is a movie right here. You know, this is how those war movies start. I love it. You know, just squad per squad, and look at Stalwart Esports not holding back as well. They're closing in. They are closing in. They're going to where the fights are. Look at Top. He's actually headed towards them too.
Yeah, action is in there heading towards Baron as well, and probably it's because they knocked down one of players for Miracle Vibes. They want to take advantage of that. The less of the manpower advantage that they have. If in case, like you didn't choose Stalwart Esports though, I chose for Miracle Vibes. So again,
can I get seconds?
But you still have Alter Ego. Alter Ego to your side, so they're still live and kicking. But Stalwart Esports right now really wants to bring in the number against like their longest contender. in this series, in this tournament, because they came from the same region and they're first and second. So, for Miracle Vibes right now, trying to survive a little bit more. Stalwart Esports has brought them down.
Top is on his feet though. I just looked at the feed, and just as we were talking about Stalwart, he actually fell. So let's
I don't want to
see how that's
mention.
gonna pan out. Yeah, I know, dude. That's how it is. Okay, so man,
I'm so jinxy.
we all we all have the demon's tongue today. I will tell you that straight up. Now, here we go. More AGONxI8 action here, ladies and gentlemen. But no, Ghost losing the end of that fight against the Boboho. And Rolf again, look at him! Look at him! Rolf is actually picking off enemies from a distance. he got a mini 14 frag, and I haven't even seen him. Oh my
That's the thing. Like in Miramar, that's what you take advantage of. If you have the mini 14, if you have that long range and engagement capability, you use that. You take advantage, you abuse that to your extent, because you can grab a lot more of those elimination. Despite of where you are, if you have the sights, go ahead and shoot them down. They will be surprised and they will not see where it's coming from.
My goodness. Okay, Enigma Galaxy. We're gonna get back to you guys. We are gonna check out Enigma. Okay, you know what? I am starting to regret my decision straight up. Stalwart Esports here. Oh, okay, there it is. There it is. 4 Miracle Vibes. I feel less horrible now, but yes, it's not that I'm jinxing where Gentleman is going, but yeah, for Miracle Vibes, it was a bit too much of an uphill battle when they already got 3 man out. So yeah, that's all she wrote. That's one more lobby out of there, and not to mention Boom as well. They became another eliminated team. So yeah, gotta regroup.
Yeah, I mean, I won't blame you if you're trying to get over on feeling sorry on what's happening. In my prediction, I've done that already so many times. I tried, and if only production will not ask, I will not be jinxing anyone. I can shoutcast everything with shouting their name, but not thinking of who's going to win, and they might be winning. So let's see this time around if we can give them a little bit of leeway. But with 10 teams remaining, stage 4 of this safe zone, we are about to see a few more of those engagements, especially with Stalwart Esports, who started it off earlier against 4 Miracle Vibes. They still have that momentum, but with a pickup against NERZ, they might be slowed down. They have a team, though, in front of them, but Dewa is not moving that much.
Okay, so and let's not forget, right? Such teams, like PERSIJA EVOS right here, still kicking. You know, not quite of a heavy deficit here. They still have 3 strong enough players. I'm not sure if that's Lynx. Yeah, it's Lynx who was quite exiled pretty early. So maybe they're gonna have to sit this one out a little bit for the time being. And don't look now though. We have a GLU still complete. We have Kagendra as well with 4, and yes, my high horse. We have Alter Ego still complete. But if you noticed as well, these players have not eliminated a single one. So they're allowing the rest of these powerhouses to go a little greedy, maybe. So for those elimination points, allow these players to duke it out, and we're gonna jump right in when the coast is clear.
Yeah, I love how Alter Ego is moving already into the next phase of the circle, especially when they spotted out. They are outside. But they might be leading to the battle of Stalwart Esports as well as PERSIJA EVOS, and not far behind is SEM9. So on the short end of the stick, we have PERSIJA EVOS has already lost 1 or 2 of their players, and we are left with 2, and Suxy will be the ones in to the mix. Misery as well. So probably the Wonder Twins combination is one thing that is missing between for this team of PERSIJA EVOS. But I guess they still have a little bit of leeway in terms of their position. SEM9 on the other hand, just waiting for the perfect moment. If in case he moves in a little bit, might have spotted one coming from those teams out there. PERSIJA EVOS waiting it out.
Man, you're probably getting a good glimpse of my grin, because looking at how stalwart esports are right now, they could just close this out easy if they manage to survive with Because look at how near that is, right? The only thing that's stopping him from going full blast once again is the lack of medical utilities. So should he be able to completely heal, they're gonna pull off a Hail Esports here.
Yeah.
They're gonna go on this killer streak of eliminations. Wait a good amount of time, and then allow the other teams to just go ham basically, and just go in for the kill. They could afford to lose maybe 2 people if if they're down to the last circle and they have a full stack of utilities. I don't know, but yes, Alter Ego. Oh man, this is not looking good. You're basically the stats of your team right now. They look like a Wi-Fi bar. They look like oh no.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a Wi-Fi bar that is dying out on the signal.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no.
Let's see if they'll be able to do so. They managed, Alter Ego managed to take down Kagendra though, and if they recover, they will be faced with a very passive Daewoo, and let's see if they will be able to move in and regroup, because Nooks, if I'm looking at it, it's a little bit too far though. That's one thing that you don't want to do right now, especially with a lot of teams are already going for those engagement. Daewoo United will be left behind. Alter Ego moving in, rushing into the next phase of the circle. But who will be meeting them? A few more surrounding this open area, and engagement will be happening right now. It like it doesn't give me that much. It's GLU.
Yes, I
on the other
know.
side of this hill.
I was about to say, I see you, GLU. I see you ever so clearly. Look at where they are. They're basically taking refuge over these houses. They're actually manning it. They are manning each and every big compound that is behind them. So what this really does is they're probably just hoping for the best when it comes to the next stage of this circle, because if you notice, it's smacked right circle's middle basically is right on the road. So it's a huge highway for these players to try and trick. And now GLU, they call dibs on these right on these structures, these buildings, these compounds. So that puts them at a good advantage even without an elimination. Because we're down to our last 8 teams with AGONxI8, PERSIJA, EVOS, down to their last man. Those are good odds.
Yeah, speaking of odds, I mean, it seems like you get 2 for 2 just for this match, because you did mention that the battle might be happening in open ground, and what you mentioned, it will be the roadside. Not so much of cover will be given from all the teams in the final stage, and it is an open ground. So for that alone, your prediction is on point. But who's on point? It's Freak, who takes down Nearzed, and Misery also responds against Sem9. The pickup will be done though. Kenny's the only one remaining, but this is somewhere you don't want to be in. If in case AGONxI8 peaks in a little bit too high, then you will be going down, and Mikyal will be eliminated from hands of Misery. NIGMA Galaxy though, just backing off, not really showing so much in elimination, but we know how they can do with an Ox.
Still, without a single side of greed or hunger on the side of GLU. They're just sitting pretty, man. This is the map where the sun doesn't set. They're just making sure that they do not overextend on this one. We're doing good. We're doing well here. GLU, are they gonna go in for the kill? You see how Alter Ego, Daewoo, they're not stopping. The gunfights are coming in left and right. Even Sem9, you said it yourself. They were in no man's land, right? Even after the pickup, you need to look everywhere as you do it.
Exactly.
At any point, at any split second, your helmet might fall right off. So there we go. Sem9, I'd say down to the last man, not looking very good as well. And Stalwart though, even with their two damaged players, they're still looking pretty dominant here.
Oh yeah, I mean 8 eliminations already to their name. They're not stopping. Even Top has taken down PERSIJA, EVOS last member from this team. But I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. What I can say is they can survive.
I will. Okay, Top on his knees. All right, as well as the action over here. Oh boy. Okay, so Stalwart Esports, they cannot be overzealous this time around. They have an entire array of teams just look in their direction. And there we go, Sem9. That is the book for Sem9 for today. Game number 3 does not belong to them. So this is what we're talking about. No cover here. This is purely grass.
See if they will be eating a little bit of the grass. I know one member from Alter Ego is doing so. And 3 down already. Badru goes down as well. It is now 1 guy for the side of DU. And they managed to grab a 5 elimination. The pickup can be done. And again, as you mentioned, who is sitting pretty this time around, putting in a lot of engagement? It is GLU. Well is the guy who finished off AGONxI8, and they continue on. NIGMA Galaxy, though, on the other hand, receiving a few of those shots coming from above or from afar from Stalwart Esports, and they need to go for the pickup. Otherwise, they will be left with only a few players.
Okay, so Yule there with a nade to the sternum. Nicely done. Now we do have, again, Stalwart Esports, the fragging type, the fragging freaks of our final 4 here. They're still on a tear, but look at the survival ratio here. The chances of winning by GLU. And this is what I was talking about, man.
Yeah.
From 0 to 5 in an instant. And with only 4 teams remaining, they do not mind. If they make it out of here alive, say they don't move anymore off of a 10. Pretend that they don't even add 5 more frags to their team. It's worth it. It is absolutely worth it points-wise. But Stalwart Esports entering the 2-digit mark here.
Yeah.
They're still hot right off the bat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if they lost one of their players, they still managed to grab a few more points. For the 2v2 that we've seen earlier, NGX has been taken down, and 2001, you need to stop. Like, no one's there anymore. You has been beat by Stalwart Esports in that gunfight. Now, with 1 each from NIGMA Galaxy as well as W2-DAY, they will have to be passive and action. He will not be putting a lot of action right there as he will be taken down. GLU right now primed and perfect in this run. No one has gunned down just yet.
Oh man. Alter Ego, in my opinion, I was not disappointed. Beautifully done, GLU! Oh my gosh, the patience paid off, gentlemen. GLU sneaking their way into victory with 0 casualties. Oh my goodness, it was worth it.
Exactly. They have a plan, and since they are GLU, they stuck to that plan.
I see what you did there. I see you.
17 on the total point, 7 eliminations, and 10 on the placement point for the winner chicken dinner. GLU making their way, and this is really a good run for them right now because I did a little bit of calculation, and that is before this day started. And I think with where GLU is, they need to start building up the numbers because they are in the running and losing the top 16 spot, especially with how if you add up the week number 1 as well, week number 2 bonus points. So this is a good chance for them, and they can bring themselves up probably higher than other teams who are on that 3rd page currently, or I think, let me just look back a little bit. They are 2nd page though, so they can bring themselves up to the 1st page.
Oh, no doubt, man. At this point, I do think that this is probably like a classroom standing, man. This is basically GLU with straight A's. So, man. Okay, but yeah, here we go. Nothing to take away from action over here with 4 eliminations, and I do think that the biggest contribution is how long he was able to withstand this onslaught from most of the teams. Not to mention a damage dealt 1400, really great numbers, and out of the 4, yeah, 33.33. It means that he took almost 3/4 of what you needed to do for, or 1/3 rather, of your team. So beautiful stuff, and. You know what? I have no regrets with not actually rooting for Stalwart on this one, simply because I'd say that they've already proven me right in the many situations that they've been here.
Yeah, and as we look at the match summer right now, and
Oh,
proving us right, 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
It's just Stalwart Esports, and if it wasn't for coming from GLU, it will be a perfect. It will be what do you call this? A flush, a royal flush in this lineup right here. But 4 eliminations and 5 eliminations rather coming from if in case Action got one more, probably 2 more, then that will be
Yeah.
the case. But Stalwart Esports taking that #1 spot, not because of the winner chicken dinner, but because of the elimination that
Yes.
they brought in this game. Following them is GLU, who really outsmarted everyone else. They were safe, they were dandy and chilling like a villain out there until the final moment that they grab that win.
Oh man, I told you that the moment I saw them actually taking charge of the entire compound, basically that village, you know, the town homes right at the back. That meant that they were gonna do it. They called dibs and allowed all these teams to literally just go for the fights and just let it be. I'm gonna wait for my cue, and that's exactly what happened. Again, from 0 to 5 in an instant, plus another couple frags towards the end. 17 points is no joke. So that really propelled them so high up. And again, congratulations to GLU, but the big dog, the bloodthirsty hounds so far was Stalwart Esports. It wasn't so much of the placement, it was really the eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of nations coming from Stalwart Esports from the beginning when they face it off against 4 Miracle Vibes until the end. We're looking at the overall rankings right now.
Oh my gosh, page 1!
Well, yeah, GLU move up 4 spot. Like, again, I repeat, 4 spot, they move up. They are currently in the first page, and the same goes for Dewa United, who move up 3 spots. Sem9 also did, as well as Stalwart Esports with the performance that they had. Well, we cannot take it against NIGMA Galaxy, as well as those in the top, because they did pretty well in those engagement, in those battles. But this is the cause of Kagendra, Hail Esports, T2K, and Alter Ego being pushed down a few.
Yeah, you know, if we're gonna tally a lot of the chicken dinners, yes, there's still a bunch to climb for these teams, right? But it's always a victory. It's always a win. So that just takes you a little bit closer to the grand finals. And hopefully, you know, the teams that we have here, all 24 of them, I hope that they start taking notes. 23 rather. They start taking notes, and maybe, just maybe, you gather more confidence moving forward, because as far as I see it, it's really a matter of taking these fights, just like what Stalwart did. This is probably the most aggressive I've seen Stalwart since we started the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart Esports, like, quite surprisingly, when I started casting some of their gameplays, they were not the ones they're not the usual predators in those game styles until the final moment, until finals happened. So I guess that is the story for this. It's not that the finals, it is the playoffs. They have plenty of time to recover, and this is their chance right now to recover. And let's see if they'll be able to bring themselves higher in there, probably beating the points that 4 Miracle Vibes has. Again, this is South Asia battle happening in the background between 2 regions, Southeast Asia and South Asia in the mix. So let's see if they will continue this on, but we will be continuing the battle for the Clash of Giants in a bit. Again, Neptune and Pika will be right back after a break. Don't go away. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Clash of Giants Season 2, brought to us by Ruthless Hype Esports. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune the Gem Gaming. Together with me is Pika, and we are excited that we are back on the OG map ERANGEL for our fourth match. First half of the game has already been surprising. I can't take any more surprises coming from this team in the second half.
Well, I can. That's the thing. I personally am. I'm a huge fan of surprises, but at the same time, I kind of want to be. I kind of want to be right in a manner as well. Simply because, well, the streak has been broken for me, so no predictions have come into fruition just yet. Again, I'm being.
Don't worry,
greedy.
guy. You got to.
I'm being so greedy, but at the same time, it's for good reason because I want to see how these players think. You know, if you get predictions right, then maybe, just maybe, you're actually reading them the right way. But speaking of the right way, the right things for you to do here, ladies and gentlemen, of course, is to bring your friends over, bring as much of your contacts here, because should we reach 30K watching on YouTube, we're going to give away 5 HyperX headphones. Bump it up to 50K, we're going to go with 2 AirPods, and last but not least, an astounding 70K. Yes, an iPhone 15 will be at stake.
Yep, exactly. And all you have to do is follow these steps, follow us in Instagram, join our Discord server, and send us a screenshot as well. And also wait for the live draw to happen. But all waiting, it will come to an end as we will be back on the next cycle of battle. A and B will be back, not on Miramar, but this time around on ERANGEL, the OG map. And I seen a lot of excitement right now coming from fans out there, especially as this map is going to be offered. And out of these teams, I mean, there's a lot of potential coming from Group A right here, because they're the ones who have been topping week number 2.
Yeah, man. And this same time yesterday, we had a STALWART esports who actually took basically they took the chicken dinner, right? So this could be, again, history might repeat itself. We saw what happened with NIGMA, with NIGMA Galaxy. With game number 2, it was an absolute repeat. And of course, I have to give gratitude because that was my first actual correct prediction. So maybe, just maybe, it's one of those. It's deja vu, you know. I'm really hoping so much that within these 2 teams, we're gonna see somebody different. But at the same time, maybe it's a redemption arc for some of our teams. So I'm not gonna make a prediction yet. I'm not gonna make a prediction yet. I'm gonna give it to you this time. What I noticed is that I always I tend to lose it when I go first. So
okay. Well, it's a good start. It's a good start. I mean, I'm not that I don't want to get my predictions right, but I'm not really disappointed, because so far, if I get it wrong, still a few teams has really proving me why they deserve it. But right now, I will be taking the ones yours earlier. Alter Ego will be on my list.
Perfect. All right. Now, I mean, this is kind of like leaving your dog at home, and then you come back with the scent of another dog. So right now, I'm gonna go back to STALWART Esports. I am telling it straight up. Yes, Prod, a STALWART Esports for me. So, and one of the reasons, okay, I'll be very honest here, is that saw what they did, man. Like, you saw what kind of havoc they wreaked the entire game. Yes, even though they did not get the chicken dinner, they were so high up. They were the top score of that game alone.
Yeah, I mean, they will be up in the clouds in there of how much they did in that engagement in terms of points. And like, I won't be surprised if they did so. You have 2 of them, like one of which could have been I guess, if I'm not mistaken, the previous match, you already have your intuition on STALWART Esports, but like you want to choose a different team. Thus, like, you chose Alter Ego. So you did choose Alter Ego, right?
I did.
Oh, yeah. So, but I know, I can feel it, I can see it. Every time STALWART Esports is in there, you have this smile, you have this energy. So I know that you love this team performing well, and I won't be surprised if they did perform well, similar to what we've seen earlier.
Man, and it was also kind of an understatement to say that they were on a rampage, man, because the way that they racked up 2 digits like it was nothing. Like they fragged a lot, a ton. So if they managed to stay on top with only 6 points, they only had 6 points after that game. So, and they were still able to beat a tenor. The only thing that's the only thing that stood in their way, I'd say, is probably the chicken dinner, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna discredit GLU for the amazing job they did. You know,
Right.
it's traditional BR strat. If I'm gonna be honest, page one, like it's actually the original smorgasbord drawing. It's what it is. It's survival, and they did.
Yeah, the OG tactics right now is survive the longest and get a few eliminations. And that's one reason as well why the placement point has been adjusted a little bit, because it can only give you that much if you're going for the basic game style. Thus, like you need to rack up all those elimination points, similar to what we've seen from Stalwart Esports. So let's see if there will be a different side of the story right now from these two teams. We have predictions set. The game is also set, and in a few seconds we'll be flying in to the map of ERANGEL, and well, we'll have to find out if it will still be in the middle, because so far, again, I'm not disappointed with the flight path. It is not going any wrong way. It's just giving all the chances for the team.
And ERANGEL, man, this is the freedom map. You know, anything goes here. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have long range weapons that you're going to win here entirely. No, we've seen some weird exchanges, right? A PP-19 Bison. That is how
you can't get over it, right?
Dude, who uses that now? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, they all shoot bullets, right? But the thing is, man, PP-19 has been out of it's been out of sight for the longest time. But that is how you close out a game, you know. And it's a matter of freedom. Like I said, this gives you a lot of flexibility, a lot of versatility, because ERANGEL does not only have a nice distribution of waterwork, but it's also good amount of greenery, good amount of compounds. Yes, and to be honest with you, I think it's really the compound. You know, there's so many buildings that you can work with. This is the map we got 288 names. so this really could be an empty canvas for our players.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's see if that will be that will give us a new time in records in either ways, whether it's a throwables and the number of eliminations, probably the longest time before the engagement happened. We'll have to find out. But as we can see, a few has been already dropping in a little bit early into this gunfight, and early engagement happening. It is this team Hail who has been brought in back into the mix. They are going against 7th Element, and let's see if they can bring in a few more of those elements from the periodic table. And back to the favorite gun that you mentioned. They're still providing a lot of damage, but DBS gameplay Dreambreaker shotgun is still in play from the hands of Joker.
I'm so sorry, man. I am absolutely ecstatic by seeing that first blood was drawn from a Bison with no more bullets here from Divine. Oh my! I am still riled up. Okay, so there we go. Beautiful stuff that we're seeing here. But yeah,
Again,
what already out of there?
I guess this is where the meta is usually happening, not because of how the game is set, but how the players are using it. So this might be like the beginning of, or the reset of the meta for the Bison, and 7th Element managed to win that gunfight, and it was Hail Esports who initiated it. If I'm not mistaken, they're the ones who brought in Goku, or brought down Gokubot first, and they are the ones who goes down first.
Okay, you know, there, Divine actually almost became a box right then and there, because he ran straight to a DBS with a Bison. So okay, so very brave, very bold move, but okay. Now getting back to the action here, Alter Ego. Originally, my prediction earlier, they may just be taking their sweet time so far. There's nobody here around the mansion side, so if you notice, it's pretty calm, pretty quiet. And it's very unfortunate though. Hail, after a very stellar start, they became they basically became first casualty here, first blood. And with one elimination to their name though, not bad, but still a
Right.
lot can happen. So this whole chart is gonna blow up a little later after this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting a lot more, and I couldn't say that Hale, like the winner chicken dinner that Hale has, is just a one-off because we know from the past that they can do a lot. Not
That's
quite
true.
sure of what's happening this time around because not only in this competition but others as well, major tournaments, they are not showing up similar to what we've seen the other Thai teams has been doing. But well, let's see. This might be a chance for the next battle when they jump back into Miramar. But right now, there will be a lot of teams jumping in onto the next phase of the circle. It's a little bit far onto the west.
I I would dare say that some of these teams, especially Alter Ego, they've learned their lesson already. You know, they learned their lesson. Sorry, rather. So I'd say that with the way that here we go, GLU, the basically the shock factor that we have today. You know, this team right here. I'm not gonna say that they're gonna play this slow, but maybe just maybe they could hang back a little bit, see how they also have this entire area to themselves, right? Just a bit of that looting, a bit of comms maybe. So yeah, some of these teams, I'm gonna bring my point back to Alter Egos. They did really well, you know, during the time that they were still out there. But just a few small decisions, just a few engagements that you're not able to survive, it'll change the complexion of the whole match. So maybe just maybe they again lesson learned. This is the second time they're going to Erangel here. So
Yep. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if they will be able to switch it up a little bit with everything I experienced, especially the mistakes. And as you mentioned, like this should be, or every engagement, every matches should be a great learning experience from this team. Not only in the grab or all those points, but understanding how each, like each opponent, each engagement happen, and you can transcend yourselves a little bit higher in terms of your performance if you can adapt what the other teams are doing well with your game style. I'm not saying you directly copy it because the dynamics of battle royale doesn't allow you. It's so dynamic that you cannot just do one thing, but at least adapt it to your own style.
there we go. I was about to get to that word too. Yeah, adapt, adjustment, basically. So these are just some of the factors, right? And of course, the minimap is always your friend. So being very aware of the slightest bit of movement you can find, you know, that can already dictate so much differences. See, the fact of the matter is there are no other ways to engage here, but you know, by car or by foot. So again, the smallest bit of information, just like this, we have a Sem9's man Parang. He's just scouting all over the place, and maybe just maybe. I'm not so sure if he intends to stop anywhere. He's literally loitering. Look at this. He's just going around, maybe just trying to get info. Same with Kenny. So maybe this is them burning time, maybe trying to see if somebody would be, honestly, for lack of a better term, careless enough to just walk out in the open. That's pretty much the purpose of I'd say why they're doing that. So it's so early too, and we've already had one elimination.
Yeah, I mean, for SM9, probably I would agree, they might be just buying time, but there's plenty of time before the next phase or next stage of Circle will be popping off. And like the points, probably they might be able to gather a few more if they find anyone unsuspecting in all those rotation that they're making. But it's a good thing as well that they have their individual vehicles, because if you will be going in one vehicle, probably two, especially if you're using a buggy, it's easy for you to be targeted, or two of you to be targeted. And with individual vehicles on your side, and the backup will be that quick. Now let's see if there'll be any backup needed from these teams of T2K. They are receiving a lot of damage, or not so much, but plenty of damage from this blue, and they need to make that rotation right now. But let's see if I think there's a few more in here surrounding Sem9, and it's RRQ who is on the run. Master Smile is just waiting. He was just alone, not quite sure if he's lost or probably just lost a vehicle.
Could be. I like that, you know, because vehicles here can never be suppressed. So you can there's no such thing here as a quiet vehicle. Everything's gonna make noise. So maybe that's
Yeah.
what Master Smile was really banking on. He heard that there'll be like maybe 3 people peeling out of there, relaying the information. So be on the lookout. Now, speaking of being on the lookout, look at where Stalwart Esports and a lot of these teams are away from the safe zone, and that's really far. That is really far. Hopefully they do have some medical utilities. You know, you can't afford so much damage to take and to use a lot of them this early on. You don't even know yet who's gonna be waiting for you. So yeah, those are just I'd say they gotta calculate that properly.
Right. And well, I think Sem9 miscalculated a little bit because of just the time that they spent roaming around left them so far from the next stage of the circle that they need to move in back to vehicles a little bit faster this time. Same goes for BIGETRON Red Villains against 7 Element right now, and Gunpowder being the power in this battle. But La Par right now, the MVP, might be the ones who can complete this the confirmation on the elimination against 7 Element. 1 goes down already from this team, and 2 rather. And the 2 will be trying to get away, but where else can they go? A lot of teams will be gathering in the next stage.
True that, and you know, I actually didn't pay too much attention to it a little earlier because of the action that 7th Element brought upon us, but there was already an elimination on the side of TX, of the
Yeah.
Xavier here, and I think that was scare off YOODO Alliance. So that's a very interesting frag that we didn't get to witness. Maybe even from Bigetron, because we didn't actually get sight of that. But see how these small details, these small things, could actually mean a lot. Bigetron themselves also had 1 elimination, so that was a very interesting encounter that we missed. So hopefully later on we catch sight more of these teams. Because right now, Sem9 still looking pretty healthy as well as GSM. I'm not really so sure where they're holding themselves out here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of GSM, it might be a little bit too far, but one thing I'm hoping for is the moment they step into the battle, then hopefully they're ready, they're prepared. But who's unprepared? It's Potato from Alter Ego, not really seeing where Chua was coming from. The rest of the guys from the Xavier has been gunning them down, and surprisingly, despite of that information, they still didn't pull out in the best timing possible. It's a good thing that he will be picked up. Hopefully they can get away. They still have utilities though to cover their tracks.
Man. And you know, stage 2 here, it's again, we said these are just merely ant bites for the time being when it comes to damage. But if that continues on, if that persists, and you're in a bad position, you're gonna be left to run for the fences. It's not the situation you'd want to be. Look at this, Xavier just literally within a gap, within a corner there, just I'd say just finding shelter, you know, finding refuge. And this is what we were talking about. This is exactly what we're talking about, a bowl of cereal. As we always say, these players now they're cramming to get in, and this is not the position you'd want to be with so many teams, right? You'd want to be awake. You'd want to be ever so vigilant in keeping your spots. Train to kill here. They do have 3 vehicles at hand, but a lot of damage on Jane. So hopefully so. You do have the resources, all the meds, all the utilities. Hold on for dear life.
And from the side of this battle between the Xavier and Alter Ego, we have seen a few of the engagement, a few knockdowns. Alter Ego losing a few of their players, but Mernat Boy has been taken down by Alva as they heads in on to the next phase. Whisker right now will try to rush in. You can be in hand, but he will be burned. Fnatic right now with a Rainbreaker shotgun bringing 2 down. And who is coming for the rescue? Nades might be happening and giving off by Sai, but he will miss it by a floor.
Beautiful MK12 frag there as well, man. I have not seen an MK12 in a while. Oh my goodness, Slim Zai. Oh, but just when I wasn't looking on the screen, somebody falls down holding his guts. That nade was too juicy to call. Now Slim Zai has to bolt on out of there. Yep, Potato, like hot potato. He just went out of that safe zone.
Yeah. And well, Fnatic has no rescue, and no one to back him up. So Alva and Potato will be getting away from that engagement. There's no turning back. They want to be in a safe place, probably finding a good compound. But BIGETRON Red Villains managed to take down Paladin onto their side. And Sem9 right now bringing up their teammate Kenny. He will try to engage, but the Xavier has been eliminated. 15 plays.
Very unfortunate. They're very, very unfortunate. So, you know, the big red villains, as we call them, you know, these big boys are still on the hunt. But to no avail, though. There's only 2 of them left. Wow. Okay, that really hurt Ryzie over there. So look, wow, this is a compound for compound tool. Oh, oh no! Crazy just tried to rush in, but yes, ran right into gunfire. Now he has to peel back. He has to slowly inch his way. That's info right there. That is absolute information on the side of BIGETRON. So Lapar and Superboy, they're gonna have to flank a little bit here, but they're not catching sight of YOLO.
Yeah, YOLO is probably the surprise factor that Boom Esports has. They pulled in the rest of BIGETRON Red Villains, but unfortunately for YOLO, the timing is off because he might have spotted them as they go in for the approach. But on the other side, YOLO is really gunning them down. Need to probably confirm this elimination, but the pickup is being done, and YOLO still not letting go of that nade. Shots after shots, throw after throw. Superboy is trying to do the same thing, but needs to recover as well.
Man, Superboy out of there. YOLO, you said it yourself. You said it yourself there, gentlemen. He really was the shock factor. He was the difference maker. So YOLO, beautiful assist over there and eliminating the big red baddies here in the form of BIGETRON. So good stuff. So looking at where XERXIA is right now. Oh! Die hard! Die hard indeed. A beautiful nade frag. Now look at this.
Bruce right now.
Yeah, definitely. Did not even need to go to the ventilation for that.
And it's not even Christmas. Die Hard. You know, like, for those of you who don't know reference, go ahead and watch a movie. But anyways, we have 3 from XERXIA right now, putting a lot of pressure and damage against T2K to jump into the vehicle, and good backup indeed. UTF Love managed to take down Die Hard, but who's on the shorter end? It is T2K, and Die Hard can be picked up, will still be alive. Really difficult to be dying.
Man. Oh man, and look at this, very healthy and very, I'd say they're not playing this safe right now, but it's a very good sight to see that a CMF, basically GSM, they want to get in on the fight and still trying to be as cautious as they could, right? Look at that loiter that they've been doing. Oh, there. Sem9 though, turning things up with 5 eliminations. That just leaves 3 teams all with 5 frags. So somebody who can drop first blood here, or sorry, one more drop of blood, and it is gonna boil down to 6. Oh, never mind. Boom already did. Here we go.
Let's see if they continue this on. Manpower right now not really getting much of what the rest of the team's doing, but I guess with the experience and the information, he is putting out a lot. Kenny, on the other hand, is just roaming around scouting. We've seen him do this earlier, but there's not so much that has been seen. But almost! Kenny almost hitting one, but it is CMFxGSM who took advantage, missing by an inch. I think it did. YOODO right now. Oh no, he did not. He hit him, and that eliminated YOODO.
YOODO. Oh man. Okay. And 7th Element as well, having to exit. Okay.
But they have 5 eliminations, so I can't take it against 7 Element. At least they go down for a fight. YOODO, though, we need to put in a lot more.
Yeah, I was about to say as well that these stages that we're looking at right now, it kind of started off quite slow, right? Because we were left with 13 teams prior to this, already at stage 4, and just like that, everybody started taking their flights back home. Man. Okay, Stalwart. Here we go. You can look at me from the camera. I'm telling you straight up. Stalwart is gonna take this. Stalwart. Yeah. I'm jinxing everything. Boom is still looking really good with 7 frags too. So points wise, oh man, they're up there right now, gentlemen.
Yeah, they're up there, and still the top is on top. as Sem9 will try, Mikiel will try to gun him down, but barely making any damage. Now, as we can see, the rest of the teams will need to move once again out in open areas. It is XERXIA taking the lead in the middle of the next stage, but other teams will need to make their work because they are a little bit too far, and with all the engagement that's happening, they might be going into crosshairs with against Stalwart Esports.
Man, please heal. Heal up, Emo. You need to, you gotta heal. But again, this is the name of the game. It's a bit of patience, you know, just like a Viper. You just gotta stay coiled up until it's the right time to do so. And Kenny S from Sem9 with that F812, a beautiful fraggies. Now Sem9 is just really letting it rip, but no, a little too greedy there. And RNJ from XERXIA just picking up the pieces here.
Yeah, and he needs to pick up the pieces because he's the only one remaining. Dictator on the hand will not be dictating anything. They're the ones who will be brought down by the tyrant. And they is Sem9, the Tigers, are still alive.
Man, that was pretty tragic, you know. That's what I was talking about. When Sem9 started, when GSM started loitering, when they started to expose themselves a little bit, I don't think it was the right time. I think they were gunning for a few frags. So, and that was not it. That was kind of like pointless in my opinion, because if you've already withstood that long outside, or rather, if you've survived that long, and these teams are already going at it, you don't want to have to be third party, right? You wanna wait until there's a clear victor, because in a battle royale, it's not like you can take everybody on just right then and there. You're gonna have to wait for some of the weaker ones to come your way and capitalize on that. In this case, that was a bad choice in my opinion on the side of GSM.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you at some point there's an option for you to decide whether you go for the engagement when the battle's about to die down or after it has died down, because you will be catching them off guard. None of them will be on their toes. None of them will be ready to fire back because they're just recovering, and that's a perfect moment. So let's see if this will be happening. Back to the Stalwart Esports and 4Miracle Vibes engagement. Oh, 2 down already from Stalwart. And hopefully they'll be able to recover. One is a bit near, and a little bit of distraction, though, will be happening from behind.
Okay, don't do this to me, Stalwart. Don't do this. Get in there, man. Get in there. Pick somebody up. All right, but let's go back to Boom, right? So I saw somebody from Boom just below ground over there, just crawling. I'm pretty sure they're gonna go for a pickup. They're gonna go for a heal. But this is where it's gonna start changing. You see a bit of ouch, ouch with Baron. Oh my gosh, with a nade from Icy. And this is what I'm talking about. They're starting to pick up that health. Stalwart Esports here, folks, with 2 frags, but Emo top. Oh no, down to his knees once again.
Yeah, they are just responding and giving out a message. Baron 922 will be dying out of lay zone. We're left with 3, but aside the 4Miracle Vibes, whereas Stalwart Esports are still alive, though, bleeding out but still alive, and Emo top will be recovered. Now let's see if some surprises happening from the other side, especially with RNJ, who's like, he's alone. So let's give it to him. He managed to survive a little bit longer, trigger discipline as well, but he has a good chance to capitalize on this engagement, similar to what we were talking about earlier. But not only that, Boom will be in there, spotted and taken down. Razy cannot move an inch because action can bring the action on him.
Yeah, this is what I was mentioning earlier. They're below ground over here, and that was not a good spot, in my opinion, on the side of Razy. Oh, there it is. They got the job done, and Stalwart Esports still on a tear here. Still has 1 casualty down the line, but is it worth it? Oh, Boom Esports out of there. We are down half of all our teams here.
The action right now will be going down, and he is Zeus who try to put the final nail and coffin nomination on our hand is Alter Ego, but back to Stalwart Esports. Only a few HP though. Good thing RNJ can give off a little bit of that distraction, but Emo Top will be eliminated. Stalwart Esports goes down, but again, they have 8 elimination to their side, similar to what we saw
Yes.
from Boom Esports. So it's still a good fight for them.
Not to mention, they were eliminated a little later than Boom Esports, so that's definitely going to be a good amount of points right there. Let's see. And that was already within top 8, so
Right.
that really warrants for a bit of points. Oh, but Doc! He got pinned by Kenny. That was Kenny, I think. No. It's someone from Sem9, though. I
Yes,
think
Sem9.
that was Dap. Yeah, I think that was Dap. Oh, man. Beautiful stuff. Now, none of the teams that we have here on the top 5 are complete, so this is going to be very interesting. Only Sem9 has more than one man. Oh, and Potato, no, Alter Ego, me, and Gentleman lost again. So
But still, I love the engagement that Alter Ego
love it.
did
I
at
love
the
it.
final moment. Kenny is a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too close for comfort as well. But this is what I love about this team. The time that they spend to move in and revive their teammates. XERXIA, though, they have RNJ, and like from when we saw him alone, he's still alive and still managed to survive, and he is not hiding out. He is like, yeah, he is proning, but he's not hiding out in a specific compound. He's jumping in there, waiting for the perfect moment, and then once you show up, then boom, you will receive that from RNJ. So let's see if he can continue this on. But engagement's happening. Same go for Slim Sai on the far side. Sem9 Dep might be the next target.
Man, I agree with you, man. The medal really belongs to RNJ here. XERXIA had a massive amount of problems leading into this, so this is something that he really deserves this. He really deserves to be this far forward. And top 4 is already no joke. Like, should you be able to exit the lobby this entire game at top 4, being the sole survivor for your team, you have nothing to be ashamed of, honestly. But I think those odds also account for, say, GE and Genesis Esports, as well as For Miracle Vibes. But I think Zia, though, because it was so early that he had to take all of this alone. So man, I want to see the end to this saga right here for RNG. I want to see. I don't really care. I'm gonna slow clap in place after this.
Yeah, I mean, RNJ right now still not relying on RNG. He's have a good plan of approach. Every inch that he does is really calculated. Looking at For Miracle Vibes, only one member as well from their side, but spotting the vehicle, he don't want to risk it. He don't want to risk being spotted as well, because the moment that he is spotted, engagement will be happening. They will be pulling in the attention of Sem9, and that might be it. So the plan here is survive the longest, probably pop up a little bit of those smokes so that you can have a clear view and steal that vehicle. But Sem9 right now, the spread is to target individual players from the 3 remaining opponents.
I do think it's a very risky play, but at the same time, I understand they can't afford maybe one casualty, maybe one. XERXIA! Oh man! Okay, you know what? I did promise. So clap. I promise I did promise that XERXIA, RNJ, you have my utmost respect. But you said it yourself. You know, that was a good plan. But at the same time, it's not easy to do. We still have 3 teams who can, each and every one of them, potentially able to send you back home. So that's exactly what happened. Now, this is it. The safe zone in just 6 seconds here. They're going to be forced to go on a standoff once again.
Yeah, let's see as to who will take that second place, because it's quite evident. The man advantage is already for the side of Sem9, unless surprises will be happening. Vehicles will be exploding out of nowhere, with the grenades being thrown by the rest of the teams or the opposing team, and the exchange coming from both sides. But no one wants to step into the next stage, or probably drive. That will be smart for the side of Dep, but stepping in it, walking, no one is brave enough to do so. So This will take a bit more, but 15 seconds is something that these teams cannot wait out because they will be pushed in and pushed out from their hiding spot.
Yeah, man. This is one of those. It's like a tube of toothpaste, right? Like you
Yeah.
gotta wait until the last amount of basically the last chunk of toothpaste comes out. You gotta wait for that. You cannot force it, because if you do that prematurely, then the tube just runs out without purpose. So man, I gotta.
Well, lucky for you if you're doing that. Not a lot is doing that. Not a lot is waiting. I mean, even if there's like a few more in the tube, they're just throwing it away. So
They will, yeah, exactly.
salute to you.
But yeah, Sem 9 over here. I love the triangulation. They are using that crate. You know, they're using that loot to probably fish somebody out. You know, one of these two are gonna need it. They have literally one medkit each, and with both level 2 armor, the one really damage on the side of East 922. So that's, man, that's not looking really healthy. Albeit he does have a lot of Molotovs to use. So what this can do is, maybe if he cannot pick one off weapons wise, he can inflict some damage. You know, for a little ripe for the picking later on.
Yeah, and from earlier we saw a view from the solo players, Formical Vibes, as well as AGONxI8 Esports, and like in a few moments, I thought that they are the ones who will be starting the engagement, and that will be an easy pickings for the side of Sem 9 because they don't have to do anything for the one guy to go out. But East 922 will not continue the battle. They heard those explosions as well as gunshots coming from Sem 9, and if in case these two can clutch it, and it might be difficult, but they can, then it will be a surprise hit, and East still managed to take a knock, but unfortunate for them, Sem 9 really has it on their side. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for the Tigers.
Gotta love it, Sem 9. With all that numbers advantage, you know, I guess getting into the final circle with, say, 3 players intact, that's still not a bad showing. You know, I'm gonna say it out loud. They did not leave that map unscathed. They did suffer a few casualties of a good amount of damage, but dang, the elimination points alone, you know, and the placement points as a total. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so good on their record.
Yeah, I'm trying to look if there has anyone who's beaten him. I believe there was. If I'm not mistaken, 18 is the highest elimination that we have, and it's coming from the previous week. But again, 16 is something that we barely see nowadays, especially in this time, or well, we're expecting it this time around in the competition, in this stage of the competition, because a lot of teams are really doing their best to increase their numbers. Again, it's the target of grabbing all those bonus points to be total later on from between two of the weeks, and the top 16 will be the ones stepping into the grand final. So if a team feels that they might not make it, it's a good chance for them to really stack up on the numbers for this week.
True that, and the way that Sem9 did this, you know, a double-digit eliminations from one guy, that is making a statement right there. This is not ranked. This is this is a tournament. This is a tournament league we're talking about. So, man, Kenny S, yes, for no, like with absolutely no dispute, this man deserves this MVP award for this game alone. 62.5% contribution. What that means is he basically went more than half for his team, you know, just so they could get this far. And the survival time right here, again, almost half an hour, primarily how it really goes. But dang, though, 10 eliminations to his name alone, that is a statement.
Yeah, I guess that like roaming around really pays off, because if I'm thinking, he's the one who's scouting every inch of that map, and like it's not just scouting. The moment it spots one, he just jump out and shoots, and then just jump back into the buggy and get away. That's how it is. Hit and run guy Kenny is here. Miguel in the mix as well as the highest assist, and East 922 with a lot of engagement happening. The only guy remaining for Vibes, he really needs a lot of healing, and healing he did And that is match summary. Let's head over to match rankings. And as we saw and mentioned, it is Sem9 with 26, followed by 11 points coming from 4 Miracle Vibes. Boom has beaten Stalwart Esports in terms of their current rank, but they both have total 8 in the points.
Yeah, you know, that's a big gap in terms of points just for this game alone. From Sem9 to 4 Miracle Vibes, man. That is 15, I'd say. Oh, no, that is like, yeah, I'd say so. Something like that. Like, probably 15 points. So that really is huge if you think about it. So I think the confidence has built up for Sem9 moving forward. I wouldn't be surprised if they take the next map they get placed in. So maybe, just maybe, a little later on. Let's see how... Let's see how they're gonna pan out. But yeah, again, shattered dreams for me with with 188. But this seems to be a very constant number, at gentlemen, with 180 plus, right? It's so constant. Like a lot of times this really happens.
And we got away from the average. If I'm not mistaken, before this day, we were averaging around 140, 150. So we saw like a huge increase in terms of throw balls, but this time around, probably it's because of the final team surviving, final players surviving. They really need all those throw balls. But overall rankings right now, NIGMA Galaxy still on top, followed by Team RRQ. BIGETRON Red Villains will be in third. Stalwart Esports will be creeping in onto that fourth spot, and Sem9 jumped in onto number 5 with only 1 point against Stalwart Esports. 4 Miracle Vibes, though, is also inching into the spot. But heading over to the second page, Alter Ego moved 3 spot. The same goes for Boom Esports or Genesis Esports with 2, and CMFxGSM, they cross over to page 2.
See, this is what I was talking about earlier, gentlemen. The fact that a small change can shake up the entire ranking. So look at this entire second page. Everybody moved. So there was no one who actually became constant here. This is an entire stir of the points from these players, from these teams. Just because some of our teams did a little better than they did last time. So with PERSIJA EVOS over here dropping down 3 slots, that's a pretty big sink, if I may. But I'd say the rest over here with XERXIA, yes, RNJ, a big shout outs to him as well for for that insane survivability, that instinct to keep going until his last breath. That was really awesome. But yeah, DX Xavier over here and YOODO Alliance. I'm not gonna say that it was kind of like an orchid where they bloomed and shined the same day. That's this is gonna be a tough road ahead. That's it. We only have I think a couple more games before our night comes to a close.
Yeah, I mean, that's the end of match number 4 for today, and I would agree. Couple more games or a couple more matches for this day, and teams really need to hype it up a little bit. Double time on catching all those points. But again, once we end this match, it will just be left to, or it will be onto Miramar once again. We've seen a lot of teams really did a lot, especially long distance engagement. NIGMA Galaxy is one of the teams who took advantage of that, and Mini 14 is one of the weapon that they use in there. So let's see later on who will be the ones utilizing and taking advantage of those weaponry as well as the engagement, because in a bit, after a break, we'll be right back. Pika and Neptune. See you soon. everyone, welcome back to the show, and this is still week 2, day number 4 of the Clash of Giants season 2, and we are heading to our 5th series, our 5th match of the day. Earlier, we've seen a lot of engagement, lots of surprises happening. Let's see who can surprise us in Miramar. Again, on the caster says, I am Neptune, together with Pika, who will bring the hottest action to your screen.
Yes, hot is the word, because this is Miramar we're talking about, man. And probably, I can feel the humidity from where I am when it comes to Miramar. But, you know, realistically speaking, we actually have not encountered a repeater so far for today when it comes to chicken dinners. So this just lessens the chance, right? Down to our last 2, and back to Miramar. So it raises a lot of questions. I have never felt this neutral for today. For the first time, I don't have any bias. I cannot actually lean towards any team that I would favor. I can predict, but no favor whatsoever.
Yeah, let's see. Well, this is something that would favor everyone, if in case you're the ones on the receiving end. If we manage to reach 30,000 watching YouTube, then 5 HyperX headphones will be given away. 50,000 translates to 2 AirPods, and 70,000 will be resulting to an iPhone 15 in your hands. It might be you who will be grabbing this if you follow these steps.
Man, so you got to go to Instagram, just follow our channel, follow our page rather, a Discord server. Please join that to send us the screenshot, and they'll provide you a token number. Wait for the draw, and of course, pray, and keep your fingers crossed. Get your 4-leaf clovers ready. You know, as soon as you submit all of these requirements. But let's get back to the action here. We are back to Group A and C. Headed straight to Miramar. Now, if there's any indication on how Group A is and how Group C is, first and foremost, I would dare say that Miramar, this time around, this is the third and final time that these teams are going to go through this today. So maybe, just maybe, they have jotted down notes out of all these flaws that they've had earlier on.
Exactly. I mean, all you have to do is jot down all those notes, make all the corrections, and apply. Make sure that you execute all those plans. So it is Group A and C right now into the mix. B will be resting it out this time around, and a lot of potentials. And winner chicken dinner, similar to what Pika mentioned, there's not so much of a double takers happening in this day. This might be their chance, because again, this is the final Miramar, and a lot of teams can take advantage of the high grounds as well as the open area if and only if you can find a compound of your own in a good and safe spot.
Right, so this time around, it could be another redemption arc on the side of our arc, because yesterday it was their 5th match that they actually got their 2nd winner chicken dinner. So if history would be able to repeat itself, which it hasn't, by the way, just yet, then maybe it'll turn out to be quite a good night for RRQ once again. And again, the slate is absolutely open for Group A and Group C.
Yeah, Group A and Group C, and well, we're going to find out right now, because the way I'm looking at it, coming to this week, it is, I would agree, RRQ, but good showing coming from some of the teams like NIGMA Galaxy, as well as BIGETRON Red Villains. But if we took out, if we include Group B, STALWART Esports is still in there, Miracle Vibes is still in there. So there's a lot of choices right here in terms of who will be in there. So should I go first, or would you want to go first?
Go first.
Okay,
go first, man. Go first.
I'll take it. I'm going to take NIGMA Galaxy right now in this mix, and I'll leave you to it, to your choice.
I'm gonna go with Hale. I'm gonna go with Hale on this one. I do think that Hale has they have. You said it yourself. They have potential. Like, they have absolute potential, more than enough potential to go for a repeat. This this time around. Not to mention that the way they've been playing so far, I think they've been using a lot of wit, and they've been using so much game sense. Hence, the majority of the games that we've had today, they didn't go for an early exit, except for that one. They've always stood like stage 3, 4, maybe even 5, You know, and it was still pretty good, even beyond that. So I'm gonna put my cards on Hale.
Yeah. Well, it's a good choice, and we've seen a lot of a great potential in here, especially when they pop off after grabbing all those or that winner chicken dinner. But I would agree, they maintained, or probably it's because the plan of survivability has brought them that chicken dinner. If they continue this on in Miramar, they might be able to bring that home. So here are our predictions. We have Hale as well as Nigma Galaxy. Let's see who or if I will get it right this time around, because so far Pika has 2 already, and if I'm not mistaken, out of the casters out here, he's the highest record holder. Production can correct me in that later on, but well, I still have to grab my 1 point.
Yes, there's that. So I'm looking at you, Sir Cloud and Red. So I am summoning you to beat me in this duel of predictions. But yeah, kidding aside, I do believe that some of our teams here, granted it's the second to the last day before the grand finals, they're gonna make haste. They're gonna do some crazy plays, just like what Stalwart did. You know, they went off script and just did team deathmatch, as you said. You know, they went in there with their finger on the trigger, no questions asked. I loved it. And it's still carried on, right? The hunger to go for the elimination points, it proved them well. They're still on top 4, so I don't think they're gonna be holding back anytime soon.
Yeah, apart from potential, as you mentioned, they have their hunger, and even the first instance that they grab a lot of points, it doesn't stop there. Like, you will still be hungry, you will still be thirsty for more, and I guess that's what Victor in success has to offer. And at some point, that is failure of other teams as well. Greed, I would say. If you are not thinking tactically and just going and trying to get all those eliminations, then greed will take over you, and that's where you lose some of the games, if not most. So let's see as to which tactic will work, which virtue will take it this time around. Last map of Miramar will be happening in a bit. It's Group A and C this time, and real excited on what's going to show.
Man, you know, I'll say it straight up, gentlemen. You're gonna blend right in Miramar with the outfit you have right now, man. You are. That is an instant ghillie suit right there. I'll tell you straight up, because Miramar is as dry as it can get, folks. So again, we're gonna bring in the heat. You know, it's kind of stressful as it is to already look at Miramar by the way it's designed, because as I mentioned, the sun doesn't set here. It's always noon in Miramar, so. Oh, man.
The only thing that's setting right here are lives. Lives are those being put down. So let's see. Oh, looking at that! Look at that!
Wow. Okay.
It's already showing. It's geared towards a specific angle. It's coming from a little bit south, and those trying to reach, say, El Pozo, even La Cobreria, is a little bit too far for them. So they might be meeting up somewhere in the middle, and well, early engagement might be happening. Looking at Montenuevo, probably San Martin, or if not, those coming short in Cruz del Valle. So let's see as to where these teams will be dropping.
And it's very strange to me that no one has actually gone for Campo Militar this early on, but maybe just maybe that could be one of the plans here. So especially for Morph, right? They're actually the first, if I saw that right, to actually dump off. So this could mean that they're not gonna waste time. They're gonna run for the heavy artillery over here. I'm not really so sure about the rest of the teams, but look at the way that these teams are deploying themselves, right? They're gonna go for that late push. See how Agon also tries to go for Puerto Paraíso here. This is a very interesting slash of a flight path we're seeing here, gentlemen.
Exactly. I mean, the slash right there. Though it's not even as to how the teams are divided, because as we can see, Los Leones is in. Oh my goodness! What are you doing to us? You brought the flight path a little bit low, and in the first stage a little bit high. Everyone will be scrambling, and it's only a few teams who will be able to reach even the edge of that stage 1. This gets exciting.
Man, this is, yeah, I'd say so. This is very intriguing. You know, this is the first time that no team is actually inside actually inside the first circle. They're gonna have to jog, sprint even, headed there. Some of them, yes, you said it. You said it clearly. They were just at the edge, the very tip of that circle. So, yeah, you know that stadium right there. I never see it that often. It just goes to show how diverse this flight path in Miramar really is. So, checking out NB Esports, we didn't see much of them earlier. So maybe just maybe they can give us a good show at the very start.
Yeah, Picado is where both of these teams are. We have PERSIJA EVOS as well as NB Esports, and though like initial shots has been happening, not so much of damage being taken by the team. Sec received a few, but I guess managed to get away. Now, this like one thing that they need to do right now is, apart from getting all the loots from where they're passing, is to prepare a plan of approach. Like as we can see, we have Akas right now who have a great potential to surprise PERSIJA EVOS, but as you can see, Lynx is thinking of the same way. So XERXIA, on the other hand, is not moving, as well as Redface. So let's see if this is something that everyone from PERSIJA EVOS has been waiting, because it is a waiting game. Early parts of this battle, you need to be stealthy, you need to be silent so that you will not be spotted that early.
Yeah, remember what I mentioned earlier, that this part of the map has this very multi-layered like compounds, right? So
Right.
if nothing happens while you're there, then that's a blessing, because a lot of players, they're gonna want to take refuge. They want to shelter up this early. But look at this. Not for Sec though. I think he's gonna go for a quick sneak over here aside of PERSIJA EVOS. So I don't know. This is very brave. I'm not really so sure if he's even relaying information. This is, oh yeah, there it is. Clear sounds over here on the side of XERXIA.
So XERXIA right now, a few utilities in front of him, but he's not moving an inch because he knows someone's waiting for him. Redface receive a little bit of damage. Sec right now for the rush. Recovery being done. Redface will be red down as the moment, and also eliminated. Red like a book. Redface, it is XERXIA right now. Let's see if he'll be thinking that his position is like it matches the name, because he will be regretting this choice of room to choose, because 3 members from NB Sports already gunning and running, waiting for him to come out.
Very intriguing start here. Okay, so it's all the silence, right? It just takes a few bullets, just a few pulls of that trigger to change that entire complexion. So we have 15, right? You said it. There's 1 casualty so far on the side of PERSIJA EVOS. So I don't know what else is gonna happen here. Redface though, I think he hesitated on repositioning himself after that encounter. He just stayed there. He literally waited on the staircase. So bad call, I'd say.
Exactly, and it's like you cannot do that much, especially with the position that he was holding earlier. But XERXIA doing a lot already, has brought down Zek, has brought down Fistboy, and it's down to Mondo right now. Oh, Molly will be thrown at him and he missed it by an inch. And XERXIA is trying to recover. 1v1, what a DBS. Both players have this gun. Nades will be thrown in between. DBS will now hit, and XERXIA goes down. But who's waiting on the other side is another member, and let's see if Mercy, if I'm not mistaken, will have a little bit of mercy at this point, or Misery rather. And Misery is also holding a vector. Shots into the foot, but not damaged just yet. Egghead being pulled out, and XERXIA needs to survive, needs to be alive, and needs to push out Mondo out of play.
Man, this is a very tricky situation here on the side of Misery. Now he does have to pick up a teammate, Mondo out of there. NB Esports, that's what I was saying. That was a very tricky, very dangerous push on the side of NB Esports, because at this point everybody was holding out. Like they gotta burn the clock a little bit. Now just like that, NB Esports down to their last in the form of Akaz over here. Only has an S1897. Can't really do much with that right now, and a mini Uzi, so you can't snipe anybody out. These are both for close range encounters. Not a lot of utilities as well to go with.
Peeks out, seen by Lynx, and
and that's
wrong angle. I would say that was a wrong angle, because if in case he tried to sidestep, there's not so much room, and Lynx can like easily catch him off guard. So if he didn't step in forward, he could have had a little bit of cover to sidestep through.
That's true. That barricade or that small gap in the fence, that's all he had. And I think that he got tempted. He really got tempted to go for that gunfight. So I'd say those micro decisions, they also kind of matter, because you were the last one. So
Right.
you were the last one on your team. So I don't think you should have taken that fight. Yes, you were spotted, but again, running isn't really cowardice. You know, you just
Yeah.
you just gotta be smart about it. And just like that, NB Esports is out of there. One frag to their name, and gonna have to regroup for the next.
Yeah, I mean, what we call running is a tactical retreat. That
It
is what we call it. Like, just to make sure that it's not like there's no negative connotation to it. But again,
Definitely not.
we're talking about survivability, and if you're gunning in, knowing that there's only one, pretty sure you understand the name of the game. That if one will be shot at, the rest of the teams will be gunning for you later on. So that is a risk that they've taken, and NB Sports has been paying or has paid for that in this match. But there's still a chance later on, if I'm not mistaken, they might be coming back right now. Genesis Sports has taken high ground, and BTR, Bigetron, Red Villains are their target.
I'm seeing Master Carry and Master Smile once again. They're donning the MK14, rather the Mini 14s over here. So this is traditional. You know, you get these marksman rifles over here.
Yeah.
Just zone up. Just try to make as big of a space as possible, and just let it rip as soon as you see the smallest bit of movement. And look at this. This is what's so sad about Miramar, man. It's so enclosed. You're gonna come across somebody sooner or later. Now we have Zai up top. We have the entire troop of Bigetron over here. Oh my gosh, they're really going for a raid.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the question that I have for Genesis Esports is, where are the nades? Why are you not letting go of the nades? Because it's easy shot to those compounds, if in case you does have that, and you will not be rushing through, because pretty much like the rest of Bigetron Red Villains have their targets and their nades against you. That's 12k being used, and Mernat Boy responded. This is what I'm talking about. That is where you pull out the nade, but he managed to receive damage, only a few HP. Let's see if Ace survives. Genfos right now. Oh! Zai brings it to them. Bigetron Red Villains is out.
I knew it. They went in there blindly though. Oh man, and it all boils down to gunfights, yes. But man, an already positioned Genesis Esports. Imagine that. They were down by quite a bit, and they didn't know that there was somebody up top as well. Okay, here we go. They're paying the price here though. Master Smile already eliminated by Die Hard. So this is not a good look. Slim Zai needs to heal and quick.
Yeah, XERXIA has received damage as well. One has been knocked down, and both of them will be just responding to each of the gunfights. AGONxI8 though has received a lot, and the 2 has been knocked down from the outside of the compound. Lynx on a 1v2 situation, but surprisingly, it is Lynx who's pushing everyone from AGONxI8 out of the compound. He is one of the 2 remaining survivors from the initial engagement, and he managed to win the clutch from Lynx, who links all those body counts.
Oh man, I love it. I love it. PERSIJA EVOS right here. Just turning up with 2 players remaining. Oh my gosh. But 8 frags though. Oh man.
Yeah.
Just towering over everybody. That's what I was saying, man. This is the protagonist arc on the side of PERSIJA EVOS over here. But again, it's still a tall order. We're only at stage 2. A lot of teams are still complete. And these are the heavy hitters we're talking about.
Yeah.
So PERSIJA EVOS, they definitely need to whoever's left, you know, from their end, they better play this a little more smoothly, a little more calmly. Yes, just dust themselves off a little bit, get back to the action a little later on, because the circle right here, it's gonna be stacked in just a few moments.
Yeah, and earlier we saw a little bit on this on the field feed. The engagement between Genesis Esports and XERXIA is not yet over, and Genesis Esports is on the shorter end of that gunfight. XERXIA, though, has managed to take down 3 of the players, 3 points to their side, but they need to move quickly because not only will they be a little bit far from the next stage of the circle, DX is already waiting for them. But shots from Chua, this is what I'm talking about. They are already in their crosshairs.
Man, I like this. I like where DX is. Imagine, look at this. They are using the gap in this valley. This is a very nice way to approach this because they're going for those ranged fights where it'll be very hard to retaliate against them. Nicely done. Now, as we said that, we have Coops already taken out here by Asa from RRQ. I did predict for them to beat the ones over here. And oh man, look at this. Look at the distance between DX and everybody else.
Oh my god. Oh, Winnie! Winnie was able to take down Earth! And who's on the floor? Everyone from that vehicle is on the floor. Die Hard will not be, will not be living to his name. He will be dying easy after that explosion. And, well, it is what it is. A solo player from XERXIA. If I'm not mistaken, it's RNJ once again, or I might be wrong.
Let's check that out later. But yeah, looking back at the streak that Winnie had, that was amazing. So that's what I was talking about. They utilized the map to their advantage, as they really should. They're so far from everybody, still within the circle. That is a crazy good play, in my opinion, on the side of DX. I'm so pleased. But here we go, moving back to Morph. No one has taken any damage yet on the side of Morph. They're still pretty strong. And no eliminations thus far. So, yeah, they are going to play traditional BR here. Although I could highly suggest that they try to pick off even that last one from GE if they are close enough.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to do so. It's RRQ who's trying to target Morph GPX at this point. But I mean, both of these teams will not be moving that much unless they decide to do so, because they are just on edge of the next stage of Circle. Hexas, on the other hand, has a different plan of approach. Probably not yet spotting Rocky, but will try to get his distance a little bit closer against Pepink. And if in case he falls to the trap of chasing down Pepink, he will be in the crosshairs of not only 2, but 3 players from Morph GPX.
Man, and RRQ, I mean, as long as they've been here, you know, they do have a lot of damage on their hands. Like, in my opinion, this is kind of big, but I do think that they have what it takes to make a repeat here, and I don't want to jinx it. but this high ground right here, it's still no man's land. So as high as you are, despite this elevation, it's not impenetrable. That's what I absolutely despise about Miramar, because anybody can retake this spot from you, and when they do, especially if the circle's with them, then the plan is ruined. So just look at what I'm talking about. No mercy over here. He's already on his knees. So the rest of his team, they need to pick him up. But look at how many other teams are gunning for this high ground.
Oh,
Right?
DX.
Yeah, DX is here too.
BX has just jumped in, and we have a 3-way battle right now. Not quite sure if they will be surprised by, especially with Bobo Ho, who's just above Winnie and as well as Pepink. But Morph GPX right now on a 1v2 battle against Asa, who surprisingly moved that quickly already. Yoro and needs to back off because he's not only out in the open against Asa, but also some of the players of DX. Hexas managed to take down Pepink, and RRQ putting a number against this team of Morph GPX. It's the surprise movement of DX as well that might have caught Morph GPX off guard.
I like this. A bit more calculated of a play here from all these teams. Like, you see, the shots they've been taking, a lot of them actually go to waste. What that means is these players, they're able to reposition themselves quite masterfully. But yeah, someone from Morph already on their knees. Oh man. Okay, so Nerpeko, this is not a very light play zone that you're gonna have to bolt on out of there. Not gonna lie. And no mercy here. Beautiful Scar L frag over there. And wow, Doki. I have not seen Doki being fragged for so long. So man, I like this.
Doki is on the receiving end, but no mercy right now. Still putting a lot of numbers from afar. You saw it's No Mercy is on the far end, the ones left behind, but he's the one who managed to take down one of the players from Morph GPX. Now they need to do the same thing for the Xavier because despite of knockdown being done against their teammates, they have the advantage because they've spread out a little too thin, which I would say it's risky, but in this position, this is working for them, especially as they have the Xavier against them. Bobo Ho has something in mind as well, but I think he has been beat in there by RRQ. Their Peko beat him to it.
So I like the ledge where Boboho is staying right here, but this is also like a point of no return for him. You know, if the moment he gets flushed out, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about. Man, he took a lot out of that, and he only has 2 medkits. He has to hold it up for his whole team too.
You can't even have time to throw a proper grenade.
Yeah.
That's how well it is guarded right now. Asa will be the ones to take down Yul, and I was quite surprised how near United was able to get in against RRQ, though it is expected because there's a lot of gunfights coming in from this side. But I guess this is Asa just scouting ahead as to where they can get position, because as you can see, they are on the edge of the previous stage and they need to move in. And it is RNJ who managed to survive for the side of XERXIA.
Oh man, okay, he is today's hero. You know, he may not be MVP, but he definitely is the hero of the day. I can dare say. If he goes to top 4 once again, man, the team better buy him dinner or something. You know, because that's a big deal. You start getting right. You got to start garnering points, bigger, more significant points when you get to like top 4 and above. So. Yeah, I'm so excited to see where RRQ is gonna go. But still, on top of everybody else, RRQ, they're still bringing up the heat.
Yeah, I mean they have 5 eliminations on their side. They took a while though from the engagement that we saw them in, but it is fruitful. Morph GPX has been taken down. Xavier, I believe there are only a few more surviving members from this team, but they also put in, RRQ put in a number on them, and they need to move right now. It is closing in. They have plenty of time to spare, but probably not so much of space to deal with, especially a lot of teams has already taken their compounds. And onto the other side, engagement between Lions and Hale and Hexas continues on against Winnie. RRQ still really not stopping in engagement. They will try it to stop them. Will that be the case? I think he will be backing off. He don't want to be part of this.
Yeah, good choice as well. You know, you gotta know when to step on the gas, if I may. So I like this. I like this. Dewa United, and this is the furthest they've been undamaged. So this is a pretty good site with only 1 elimination. And there goes Asa. Oh my gosh, what a very impactful nade. Say with no mercy, he takes. Oh man, Asa's out of there.
What happened? Well,
man,
you could have saved your teammates, but yet you made it Beagle explode. And Asa is out. Now let's see if they will be able to capitalize on this one on the rush. It is Yule, and the rest are just waiting for the shot. Perfect shot coming from Yule as he rotated. Numbers receiving that as well, but responded. RRQ eliminated from the gunfight, and you don't want to be in that position. They will, when we thought that they are the ones who on the losing end. They managed to survive, and 5 they got from that fight.
First and foremost, RNJ, you deserve a tip of the hat, bro. So that was wonderfully done. Okay, so now with the last man standing, we have Paladin here from the Xavier. I want to see how this is gonna unfold, because, and not to mention, we have Dewa United, a new name technically in our games today, who have made it this far, and again. Hardly taking any damage. Yule, yes, a casualty, but they got this far. Basically team number 6 they are. So yeah. I'd say they're the neophyte in this situation, but I don't know. I'm so intrigued. I want to see how this is gonna unfold. We don't have a complete team anymore, if memory serves me right. But if we do, they're still looking at good odds with 5 frags here. They've already put that on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, UL has been taken down in here, and it's not that early though. He's the ones who put in a number on RRQ. This time around, it's the Xavier that they're battling, or to be exact, it's just Paladin right here going against 3 players of DU. Nooks on a 1v1. Galak will try to flag, and Paladin, run, Paladin, run! There's but a little way that you can survive hits onto him. He had a few HP. Molotov will be thrown at him, and I think that was a miss.
It looked like it was a whiff. So, man, Paladin barely escaping with the skin of his teeth. That was that was too close for comfort for him. But yes, look at this disperse off of Dewa United. They look really confident right now. I'm not gonna lie. So they have vehicles intact, and again, even with one casualty, I think they're gonna go for frags here. They know that the people are gonna come for them. They know that the players are gonna go inside the circle. But the confidence, you can feel it from Dewa right here. These players, they're not even close to each other.
Yeah.
Right? The way that they're distributed, they're pretty distant. Oh no, Paladin! No!
I think that's coming from Hale. I mean,
Yeah.
it's so far, but denial. Just denial, and
Yep. Smart.
they'll be
Okay,
in-
you know what?
Number 6, not bad though, not bad. Valiant effort.
It's one of those "you'll never take me alive" copper moments. But again, at this point, I do think that was a wise move. I'd say that was a really wise move. Instead of becoming a point for somebody, I'd say that was pretty called for. Okay, so now we're down to our top 5 here, with only there. Forgive what I said. Apparently, we still have a bunch of teams here who are still very healthy, and again, they weathered out the storm with 1 frag each for our complete teams in YOODO Alliance as well as Kagendra. So, man, we hardly saw them. So this is exactly what they did earlier too.
Yeah, let's see if they can bring in a lot more. I'm not liking how Alliance is approaching this. They split in 2-2, but yeah, they're taking both sides of this valley. Kagendra, on the other hand, sticking together. So if in case the battle ensues between these 2 teams, I think Kagendra has a better chance of winning, because not only is Alliance doesn't have a compound, they will be out in the open, still being targeted by the other teams who's waiting for them to show up. They were United though, good angle to hold, good position to take. They have a brilliant view against NGX, and also Hale, who is on the other side. So this is where they need to slow it down, wait for the perfect timing. Probably later on, once everyone is rushing into the next stage, that's where they take the shots.
I love it. They're pulling off a GLU. So this is exactly how they won. You know, they went again. They called dibs on these very essential compounds. So that's again, that's a smart move, I'd say. You know, this is what survival is about, right? You take what advantage you can, and don't be greedy. You know, you gotta be wise when it comes to the expenses. You gotta be smart. You gotta be super slow.
And speaking of slow, everything has slowed down, and probably it's because in 30 seconds everyone will be putting in the gear. They need to move. It will be closed. The blue will be closing in a bit, and let's see as to who will get a good position, because if I am not mistaken, half of which will be in low ground and the other half will be high ground. Hail! NC2 has been taken down though, but the battle's happening on the side of Kagendra. This is what I'm talking about. But the good thing for the side of YOODO Lions is they managed to regroup compared to what we saw them happening. The difference is, the difficult part is, they are in between Kagendra as well as NGX.
This is getting pretty intense here. Yeah, you're right about that. You know, they slowed down for a little bit there. They have to regroup, reposition themselves. Sadly though, they cannot stay there for long. See, this is what's happening to Kagendra now. They're gonna have to disperse a little bit, and maybe, just maybe, they'd want to go for frags here because of the uncertainty. It's not so sure that they're gonna end this, you know, on top. But maybe, you know, again, it's a team call. There we go. Freak taking out Klook. We're looking at a 4 versus 3, 3 versus 3 versus 2 versus 2. So, man, this top 5 is actually taking a good minute here.
Exactly. And this is what we're talking about earlier. YOODO Lions, though, Yeah, it's a good thing that they regroup, but they took the wrong angle, and this time around has been a target by a two-team. Flyboy, on the other hand, all being taken down. Only a few HP remaining. No backup coming from Zero, but it is Iftar right now who is knocked down. Repo SSS is just waiting for that opportunity for his teammates to to walk in, crawl to him because he don't want to risk the cover that he has. But unfortunately, it's not just Zero that is a problem. And GX, the remaining three members, is also on the other side. But no, from afar, see Sky only.
Oh man, and now Kagendra. Just basically they have tasted a bit of that victory, of that sweet triumphant fragging. So look at where they are. They currently tied with DU over here, but they are up by 3 frags, man. Like they're up by 1 man. Sorry, they're up by 1 man. Now the only problem that stands in their way is, oh, never mind. I was about to say that NIGMA Galaxy would be the only other team that has 3 men, but there it is. Clean elimination. Now, Kage, they're going to do El Clasico here. I can feel it. I can feel it, gentlemen. They're going to weather out this storm again, have this trio take each other out, and wait for the last 10.
See, Sky only has spotted a frenzy on the far end.
Oh,
It's
no.
hitting perfect timing. Grenade being thrown. Misses that fly. Boy responds.
Unbelievable.
See, Sky only good angle to hold unsuspecting on the damage he has dealt with. And Joker right now can, well, decide to finish them off or probably deal with Leons. But it's a little too far. Smokes will be covering them and they will be in a rush. Joker right now, short in. And they will be going down from the hands of Kagendra.
Oh man, so close. I thought my prediction's gonna go. Okay, never mind. I gotta pay attention here. Now we have our last 2 teams remaining. NIGMA Galaxy. Oh my gosh, I do believe that gentleman is gonna get. Yes, he is gonna get it. He is gonna. He's gonna get the prediction right. I can feel it.
Like I did choose NIGMA Galaxy, but the thing is, they have been taken out.
I know.
We're down with
Oh yeah, that's
Dewa
right. Okay, pardon
and
me.
Kagendra. I was
Oh.
expecting like they were surviving because 2 players are in there, but I think they rushed it a little bit. Thus, we are now left with those who have taken time and effort to stay behind, to
Kagendra
be
did.
safe and get good positions. Kagendra and Dewa really doing it right now, and not so far of distance in terms of their elimination.
And look at this. It's Chico. Chico just letting it rip. Seeing the first time that movement. All this smoke in between, though. This is not making it easier. But there it is. Very successful from Chico.
Ooh.
But he does get taken down as well. Crazy trade we're seeing. 2 for 2 here.
Let's see if they'll be able to
no.
completely deal with this. They bought. Oh, pick up.
Trade
No,
him
there's no
back.
need for a pickup.
No. Even he's telling me not. Okay, he does. He does, though. He does want the number advantage here.
Oh,
But no! Went rushing in! That's a crazy blind! Oh no! AY United, they might just get away with this 1v1? 1v1?
1v1. They bought. Let's see
Oh,
if
no.
you can bring a Gendra. But this will
This
be.
one
This
is
is not first time that we've seen them from afar.
Oh!
Leons might bring his fangs in. Shots against
more.
Daybot. And let's see. No one beating it that easily, but Leons has advantage. Leons has advantage. Kagendra got the winner chicken dinner, and it has been a while. It has been day number 2 since they grabbed the winner chicken dinner. But fun fact, there are one of the teams out here who was able to grab back-to-back. This
Yes.
might be, we might be seeing them on a back-to-back after this engagement.
Oh man, I love it. That final exchange, a few seconds that nothing was happening, and they just went back and forth. Look again, you know, with I'd say the authority to try to go forward, and they had to go for the heal, right? But
Yeah.
there was really no time. There was absolutely no time to spare. They had to go for the fact because someone's gonna push one way or the other. Not to
Exactly.
mention, if one wrong utility comes their way, that is it. You know, one of their teammates, if it's say a molly or a nade, lands on somebody who was down, man, that was insane. That last exchange, a little too much for me to take.
Yeah, I mean, well, we were seeing that Leon's really had that advantage in there because pretty much he has the closest cover, and Daybot is trying to inch himself a little bit here, and there's like he was not given a chance to recover. So damage after damage has been received by Daybot, and well, that's what Kagendra has to offer. They waited, perfect timing, put down if not two or three in that final moment, and they was like just hanging back. They're just chilling in there, trying to get pot shots against the enemy. But Kagendra are the ones getting up close and personal, and well, with the 1v1s, awesome way to end it. Leon's as our MVP.
Of course, that is. You said it yourself, man. He was on a very good roll. Not to mention 5 frags to himself. That's nothing to scoff at. And that last encounter, man, I cannot move on from that. I would be danged if I would not see that highlight a little later on, because that exchange was just too good. It was too rich. They started off 3v3, and then someone started picking someone off, trade after trade after trade, up until it all boiled down to potentially one of the most John Wicky fights I have ever seen in a bit. So.
Well, as we look at the match summary right now, Leon is the ones with damage, but like everyone has a piece of pie. We have Paladin right now, coming from DX with highest assist, healing being done by Joker from Hale, and Lynx from PERSIJA EVOS with the highest knocks. And with his position, like I would say with Lynx, trying to shoot down a lot of enemies, it's good that he can knock them out. The bad thing is the rest of the teammates are not giving up that not giving them the follow-up.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, apart from that, I'd say it's anybody's game today. Like this particular match right here, it was anybody's game. I mean, look at how far forward a DU actually got. That's they were. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This is not to discredit the team whatsoever, but we have not seen them in a hot minute. So that really shows a lot of unpredictability. That's one. RRQ, of course, still up there. The elimination points are also pretty fair. But PERSIJA EVOS, man, like this is one of their most pleasing performances.
Yeah, and well, speaking of pleasing, I'm still pleased with it. You're not, because like it's one thing. We reached a different height in terms of throws used. So
200 something, like
280 plus.
Yeah, man.
And if you see anything lower than that, I know you'll not be cheered. Like you won't be cheering. But
yeah,
looking at numbers overall, I did point at numbers before, if I'm not mistaken, like halfway through or the beginning of this week, we're only averaging around 140, and this time around we're getting to 170, 180. So I'm pretty pleased with the performance in terms of throwables. But in terms of performance for this week, NIGMA Galaxy is still in the top, 159 in total points. Team RRQ a little too close right there with 150. BIGETRON Red Villains need to catch up though. The gap is like starting to increase. The same goes for STALWART Esports, but after that it will be very close between these teams.
Man, and as we implied, just a little bit of change is enough to stir the pot over here when it comes to these teams. So Morph kind of sank a little bit. Boom did so, and even with that good performance as well, I would say PERSIJA EVOS just manages to inch up a little bit. Train to kill, not really so much of a change here. So maybe, just maybe, in our final game today, maybe Train to Kill will wake themselves up.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen them just yet, and from Train to Kill, like they only have one elimination from the previous match, not so much in placement. So like they're even being beat by XERXIA in terms of survivability, and we know when RNJ is still alive, they will stay in there the longest. So let's see if that will change in a bit. But XERXIA is just moving slowly up and to this battle, and later on, probably once everything has been calculated, we'll be able to see a few more who's reaching or possibly reaching the top 16. But again, this is the end of another match. When we return, the last and final match for today, Neptune and Pika will be right back. Don't go away.
final map could not be any denser, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring you back to our El Clasico here at Clash of Giants. This is still the playoffs, and this on the mic right here is still Pika and gentlemen. So we've seen a lot of chicken dinners tonight, none of which have been repeated at all. So this could be another one of those moments wherein it's absolutely unpredictable, can't be determined, nada, clueless. Let's hit it.
Yeah, let's hit it. I'm really excited to see one of the day, similar to the first and second that we had in this week. Because when I was looking at all the numbers of winner chicken dinners, imagine for the first day in this week, BIGETRON Red Villains grabbed 3. And NIGMA Galaxy grabbed 2 of those chickens. Not only that, for the second day, we did mention Kagendra as they took that 23rd match winner chicken dinner. They went back to back on second day. Not only that, RRQ grabbed 3 of those chickens as well. So that was the early parts of this week. This time around, everyone is becoming smarter. They are gunning all the gunfights, and it's not just a few of those teams taking over the reins in terms of survivability and firepower. So let's see if anyone can grab that double as we are dealing with the group B and C.
Man, this is pretty intense, man. Like, the fact of the matter is, Group B and C, I don't know, man. They've all shown up in their own ways. A lot of these teams, they kind of surprised us in their own manner. So I kind of can't point my fingers at this one. But of course, I'm gonna start off with my prediction. I am gonna stick it through and through with STALWART Esports. Let's go, bro.
Yeah,
let's go, STALWART.
This group B and C, I have my faith that Alter Ego might be showing up this time. Though they didn't show up. They did, but not so much a winner chicken there. So I guess this is where probably the chance for them to grab it. So Alter Ego for me, STALWART for Pika, and we're back to our previous ERANGEL predictions.
I mean, yeah, for me, it has a lot of rewards, to be loyal. So I'm gonna stick it through and through. And they've been turning up, man. Like even at their worst, they were still good. Like even if they didn't really get as far as we think they would, it was still worth praising. They've had a good amount of frags, and like I said, it's one of the reasons they're still up there.
Exactly. I mean, one thing I'm like, I was assuming or not thinking is, what if later on we count, and this is just me, we count our prediction based on who gets the #1 spot. Not exactly the winner chicken dinner.
That's
because,
right.
Again, there are some instances wherein, yes, you grab the winner chicken dinner, but not so much elimination, and you're not the ones with the #1 spot. So, I mean, it's just me, but it might hype up a little bit in terms of how the teams will be performing their play.
Interesting enough. I like that. I like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that you would bag the win. The victory doesn't necessarily fall in your hands. But I also want to point out that it happened with GLU, and it was STALWART who did that. So and I am so thrilled. I want to see it, if this is going to be any different. So ladies and gentlemen, we're back to El Clasico ERANGEL over here, and we have seen quite a number of odd flight paths so far. So maybe this is going to be this is going to be that. This is going to be the difference maker. Maybe this is going to be an absolutely odd straight line. We can never control that. That is what I love, right? So it can cut right in the middle, maybe even horizontally. So I don't know.
You know what I'm looking forward to is, like, if the flight path and first stage relationship will be similar to what we've seen in Miramar. I mean, the flight path is on one side, and then the first stage is on the other side, and everyone will be scrambling, and that would really test out how the teams goes in for rotation. But right now, it's still favoring it's still favoring a few of the teams, and it's forgivable for some. Coming from SMB, as well as it's heading towards the northern part of Kameshki. But guys, for those of you who might have missed, because we've been focusing on the drop spot, on the left side we have the top players and the category they're on. I mean, salute to these guys. There not a lot of people can retain and maintain themselves in this board.
Right, you know, Coops for one at 39.
Oh yeah,
he's closing in on 40, and we are just at day number 4 of our basically of our playoffs, right? So this is we're basically at the tip of the iceberg at this point. But it also means that we're also approaching our grand final. So if these players manage to stay in tip-top shape up until the grand finals, that they can definitely be top. They can be the top guy for this entire tournament. Now, I want to point out how this direction is. This is basically a backhand. You know, this is an upwards motion. This is an upward stroke coming off of the southeast side of our map. And interestingly enough, Stalwart Esports just joined in the mix, dropped off a Sauce Dubka as well. So this right here, this is a very brave move for Stalwart Esports, I'd say, because we know that the loot is definitely in there. But of course, you see how they have to cruise through the rest of the map just to get to the safe zone.
Yeah, not only that. I mean, the highest contender that they have in there is Four Miracle Vibes. So they've been hitting it map after map, match after match, and let's see if this is or they will do it a little bit early. Roomcat though has been brought down from or by AGONxI8 from the other side, but a 1v2 might be ensuing right now. Goes slowly creeping in. Let's see if he'll be able to spot well, and will he be doing well? Slowly, pistol in hand, seeing one, shots against him, but meaning Uzi. You don't want to go face to face with that.
Not at all. That is the real sprayer right there, man. Rate of fire that goes faster than Usain Bolt. So that is not a sound that you would want to hear. Yeah. That is all she wrote. We already had Rokad, and I believe that was Noob over here on the side of AGONxI8, who became the first casualties. And on the side of GLU, though, I can't say that things are going really fine. Wow! What? Yep, I said it out loud. It really wasn't rainbows and butterflies right here for GLU, because not only did they lose 2, but 2001, he is on his way to turning himself into a gravestone as well.
And let's see how much of a pump will be, and there goes high IQ gameplay. The pinch is on. Agon managed to survive 4 eliminations, though they lost Noob. I would say Noob is one of not so like one of the guys you don't want to be taken down easily. Rather, anyone from this team you don't want to be taken down easily because of how AGONxI8 is positioned right now in our leaderboard. But still, valiant effort for the rest of GLU. They have been taken down though, and it's Agon who's slowly moving up. But for Boom Esports, YOLO probably went a little bit YOLO and has been pushed out to the lobby a little bit early.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. You know, YOLO actually did a lot of good plays earlier on today too. So, I'm pretty sure this is. I'm not gonna say that it's exhaustion kicking in, but also kind of unfortunate circumstance because it's where they dropped. You know, a lot of players were definitely there, or a lot of encounters were bound to happen. This is not one of those isolated spots where you can just roam freely. So, yeah, I mean. This is what ERANGEL is, you know. There's just so many spots for you to either encounter or hide. It's so 50-50. Almost everything in ERANGEL, in my opinion, can prove to be make or break. So
yeah, I would agree. And that's where the importance of putting the homework, studying the draw points of the opponents, and even anticipating their groupings. Because at some point, some of the teams are like taking advantage of other teams who's doing well. Imagine if NGX is not part of this group, and You take their drop points, you also take their rotation. It's a good chance that you might be getting close to the points that they're getting for each match. So that's one of the tactics, one of the like better way of thinking and working things through in Battle Royale. But let's see if this will be good for side of PERSIJA EVOS. Missouri has been brought down by the hands of NB Esports. Sick right now, who will be sicking and destroying from the far end of this battle.
I like that. You know, there's a bit of a separation here on the side of NB. So see how 3 of them are actually inside the compound.
Yeah.
And they have one. They have one over there, just really distant. You know, just trying to snipe things out. But no, they did have one fallen teammate here, so that needs a bit of resuscitation. Got to be super careful. They have a lot of company headed their way because this part of the map, yes, it's without saying that loot are all here. So this is I'd say the subdivision. I call this like this is probably the subdivision. So you gotta be cautious. Like these houses, yes, they come with a price.
Right.
So pushing in, you're never gonna know if someone's gonna you're not gonna know if someone's behind the door or a window or something. So
yeah. Well, mortgage will be paid, rent will be paid, and that is what PJEV, PERSIJA EVOS, is doing right now. They're paying the price of staying here the longest. NB Sports are the ones who's winning battle. 3 eliminations already for NB Sports, and Red Face right now all alone in this compound. Not so much of a big compound to hold though, but I guess him being silent, he has a chance to survive. 2 teams though has been left outside of the blue. We're seeing blinking names from 4MB as well as Dewa United, and they need to move in because damage is like the blue zone damage is something that you don't want to happen and receive, as well as the other teams might be gatekeeping you in a bit.
oh man, I like that. You know, that's true. Gatekeeping is such a common feat here. Like it's a norm. You know, it's really actually, if you think about it, that is the prime logic of Battle Royale. You just gotta stop the other teams from getting the upper hand. So no matter what that means, you know, whether it's positioning, whether it's loot, whether it's utilities. So I like that. That's pretty much it. Now, with 2 eliminations this early on, 1 elimination this early on, it could be this could be a slow-paced Erangel, you know. I just gotta give a little bit of benefit of the doubt with GLU. Actually, they were picked off pretty quick, so maybe it was just really unfortunate circumstance from their end.
Yeah, I mean, either way, because of how close it is between the 2 teams who went face to face, like it could be either way.
It could be anybody. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, GLU is probably the one taking the win. But one thing I would say is, in spite of that engagement, the winning team managed to survive with, if not a full squad, as most of the teams that they have. But oh my goodness, what a way to end this day. Half is on the water. So it's like we're talking about half of the teams who will be in the grave right now because they will be pushed to the edge.
Gotta get those snorkels ready, folks. This is this is gonna be a wet one, to say the least. So I'm not gonna speak in finality for this, but it does look like it, you know. For the most part, if not entirely immersed underwater, if not entirely immersed underwater, they're gonna be pretty close to it. At least for some of the circles, some of the zones, you know. If not 100%. So let's see. A lot more eliminations here from the side of Alter Ego. So we haven't seen them quite a bit, you know, for the past couple of games. They've been there, you know, but some other teams were popping off, and I think we're gonna do the same here.
Now let's see if they'll be able to do so. And if I'm not mistaken, this time around for Alter Ego, they're targeting not just one team. They have their sights on all, like, in 360. So imagine you have 7 element on one side, we have a different theme that they're knocking off on the other, and Alter Ego is just trying to catch up with the number of points, potential points that they could have gotten earlier, because they have been, if not taken out a little early, or probably midway through, but still not reaching the top 5. So this is where all of that will be brought in fruition. Elimination, no one eliminated just yet for Alter Ego. Looking good for the team, and my prediction as well.
Yeah. I actually have to lean on your prediction here too, because I think that Alter Ego's not being greedy right now. You know, they went to the high ground just to get vantage point. Yeah, just sure we got a bonus couple frags here, but I do think it's the once again it's the patience game. We're gonna
Right.
play camp here for a little bit. You know, bring out the tents, bring out the blankets, just stay up until, or maybe we can slumber a little bit up until somebody comes our way. But on the other hand, though, Boom I think had a pretty rough start. You know, with a couple members already gone, and this subdivision, right, the village, it's really home for a lot of these encounters. But look at Divine though, just Divine and Gunpowder. Look at where they are. They both have a car per. Like they have one car each, and
Yeah.
just waiting for somebody to probably just be, for lack of better term, foolish enough to go through the roads, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good angle that they're holding because, like they have their back a little bit protected, but Gunpowder is peeking in on where Alter Ego is. I guess the gunshots has been made already. Does he have that information? But as the zone will be closing, the next stage will be moving. Oh my God! Where earlier it was 50% down, now we're down to 33% land. And most of it is water. And who's like, I'm quite surprised that no one is taking the bottom part. You know, this small piece of land in the bottom part just above Milta Power. Someone can take advantage of that. Take a peek in those against AGONxI8 or probably STALWART Esports. If you have a long range weapon, then you can take advantage of that.
You're right. You know, no one wants to stay ashore. That's a very interesting take. You know, I'll be very real with that. So I don't know. Is this a change of pace? Because against STALWART Esports, they've been on an absolute rip when it comes to gunfights. So
Yeah.
and there, how? Oh my gosh, Gunpowder! Even after that hold, he was picked off by Yummy MJ. Okay. So I'm not so sure if he left the spot because it kind of looked like it. And there it is. That's what I was talking about. They have the car. They have the car.
Yeah, Divine is still there, left
Yeah.
alone. And probably it's because of the position of Gunpowder. So Gunpowder will be picked
Yeah.
up right now by another member. And hopefully Divine hasn't been seen just yet because he have this advantage. He had this advantage that they can surprise anyone, especially for those coming from Boom. But CMFxGSM surprising the team of Alter Ego, and they are do the same against 4 Miracle Vibes as well. A good high ground to hold and a lot of engagement happening from either side. Alter Ego has lost one of their players and probably knocked down against a 2, and 1 remains standing. The pickup will be done. Badru will be confirmed. Not looking good. When I thought that this will be their chance, they are brought down to 2.
And that's Doc right there. Down to his knees. Now PERSIJA EVOS. Yep, good attempt.
Whoop.
So yeah, 14. And you know that was a big leap. You know, that was kind of a big gap coming off of our first elimination. It took it took 2 stages before the next elimination actually ensued. So you can really tell that these players are taking their sweet time. But again, we can't really tell how long that'll last. You know, beautiful nade. Beautiful name from Alva. Okay, and the same thing went for CMF over there.
Yeah.
But the trades are coming in left and right. Oh, top man. Okay, first kneel on the side of STALWART Esports over here. But man, okay, and now they're picking up the pace. Everybody.
They're picking up the pace. Like there's a lot of open grounds right now that can provide all advantage, and also a lot of coverings that they're utilizing to get all those. Barrel right now trying to dance around. It's Rowdy who's putting all those engagement. Earlier it was Alter Ego that they're targeting. This time it's 4 Miracle Vibes, and unfortunate for 4MB. Apex has been brought down onto the other side by NB Esports. Potato though has been gunned down, brought to his knees, and Alter Ego right now still managed to survive, but who's coming in? It is GSM.
Oh man. And I'll be real here. CMFG's not they're doing good. They're doing good. Yes, amid the encounters, yes, this is still pretty strong show. But here we go back to the village. We go.
Good.
Yeah, man. Agon is also hitting it. 5 eliminations. I'm gonna see the scoreboard a little later. Aim it out there, Ego, you're over here. So, oh man. Okay. So again, the village is not as quiet as it should be. Stalwart Esports just taking sweet time, but they already lost top and near Zed. My goodness, the double frags over here on the side of action. This is oh man! Oh no, he's gonna get shot down. Oh, he does! Oh, Agon sealing the deal for Stalwart once again.
I'm not sure what happened right there, but again, it's surprisingly on what the performance of Agon. Like Stalwart Esports, I think they've done enough, and that they're tired for this moment. But Agon has put in a lot, especially with those engagement against Stalwart Esports. Alter Ego though has been stuck in there for the longest time in that edge, and I don't think that's a smart move.
Yeah.
I guess I'm starting to question my suggestion earlier. If they took that the place just north of Milta Power, they could have ended the same story as Alter Ego, For Miracle Vibes, and even CMF. So, again, questionable calls for some of those who are gunning them down. Hopefully, they can man it up on the next days.
And it looks like we're gonna have a cliff clash over here based on what we're seeing on where the circle's gonna land. So I don't blame them too if they're gonna be bringing cars in the mix here, because they want to survive as long as they could before that last circle hits. You know, it's yeah. If you can frag out as well with a vehicle, why not? So this is exactly I think what NIGMA's doing here. NIGMA Galaxy's everyone got wheels. Oh. Alter Ego though, oh my goodness. Okay, you know the disappointment continues.
Yeah, I mean it was left to Alva rather, and well, there's not so much of room for him to move around. Similar to what we're seeing from NIGMA Galaxy, United is taking advantage of the knock for this side, and Smoke will just cover their approach. Kagendra also trying to do the same thing against Dewa, and there is one thing, it's just third party, fourth party, regardless of how where you are, a lot of engagement will be happening, because despite of our stage of the circle, like there's only little piece of land to work with.
Hey, yeah, that's what got our anxiety so high up, because look at where this is ending. They need rafts at this point. They're basically beachside, man. This is beachside right here.
Well, good, like fair enough this time around. It headed towards that land a little bit. And let's see if Daybot can survive. I'm not quite sure what the plan for Daybot is. He is hanging in onto the edge of that beach, and probably not too far onto the water, because you don't want to be caught off guard.
That's true. And water, if we know anything about water, man, that is open space. There's no such thing as patience in water. You can't outrun them forever. You're gonna have to leave your premises. Not to mention the water in PUBG is really clear, so it's zero pollution up in here. So the moment you start stroking, the moment you start pedaling, you are an easy target for anybody. So that's gonna be a huge problem. So yeah, again, as I mentioned, it's not a surprise anymore that these players are gonna start racking in these vehicles. They're gonna start driving around to, you know, perhaps pick off some frags along the way, but really just to buy time, maybe push them off to where they're supposed to be. But here, this is the problem. With Kagendra spotting the vehicles, you're still a target. See, this is a huge problem for all these teams. If they land in water, if the final circle's in water, just like that, oh my goodness. If you are in the water with your back out there, you have an enemy in the safe zone with the other teams, as well as water itself. So man, my anxiety though. Oh, okay. The nades are coming the way of 7th Element, buddy. Yeah. If we don't make it out of here, tell my wife I love her.
Let's see. Both of them might be dying. Oh, missed those shot. Missed the nade. Gokubot as well as Divine managed to survive, and Mikael Maid King the mistake of adjusting that throw a little bit too far. But let's see if Seventh Element can respond. Divided!
Are you serious?
One with a god blade. Mikhail goes down.
Look at this. Sem9 now on the edge. Man, Parang needs to pick this guy up. They actually did not leave the rock, dude. The Seventh Element, they put their names in there.
Yeah, the thing is, like, they've been seen by a lot of teams as well. So they had to leave. They had to leave, and this time around, there's nowhere inside the zone. It's just in lobby.
Sadly, yep. Sadly, they're eliminated already. I love that. I love what happened there, man. Like they stayed in their boulder for so long, and they managed to knock somebody down. But that is it. That's the tail for Seventh Element. Now here we go. Last 6 teams here, ladies and gentlemen. We do have NB still complete with a whopping 7 frags too. So NB Esports still looking pretty authoritative. Same with Dewa United. Oh my goodness, they're probably another good showing from Dewa.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're taking the edge of most of the land that they have. Also have the high ground, and vehicle gameplay is not being let go. So it gives them a lot of mobility. Not only that, additional armor, especially with the vehicle that they're holding. But let's see if that is something that they can continue. At this point, I love the position of Daybot. Look at his position. He's just on the edge. No one can backstab him. Frenzy though, he fell for the wrong person. So unfortunately, damage will be there.
True that. You know. Okay, so Dewa United still looking very sharp so far, but this is crazy. Nooks is like overshooting himself here, being out in the open like this. Well, maybe he does know. I'd say that no one from the village is, no one's actually looking at his direction. But that smoke is actually a giveaway too. They're probably gonna. The moment that they catch sight of that, they're probably gonna spray all over where he is. But here we go, AGONxI8, unbelievably still in this, despite all these odds. Oh, fast and furious he goes, and ladies and gentlemen, AGONxI8. Look, dude, 8 frags so far on the side. One guy from AGONxI8. That is IQ, dude.
I mean, if you have a name of IQ, you expected a lot.
Definitely.
Like, you will be the tactical guy, and well, with all the tactics, with all that like everything playing in your mind because of your high IQ, you can get a lot of those elimination. Last 5 teams in this battle, and only 2 remains complete. The rest are left with 2, and let's see if they will be grabbing a few more. But for the side of Sem9, 0 elimination, and the last 2 members not looking good for them.
Yeah, I don't think they have the right to not go out without a frag here, because at bare minimum, if they get eliminated right now, it's not really so much, right? It's not a lot of points they can work with. But for the likes of NB, or rather Dewa, right? Dewa right now, they can rest pretty. This is 8 frags. They get 2 more. It's as good as a chicken dinner. So that's one more. That's one more feat. And NB Esports, on the other hand, they're still complete. They have 1 knockdown, and definitely gonna pick that guy up. But man, Dewa, dude, I am so shocked right now. In the best way, of course, because they withstood so much action, and managed to come here unscathed. Because look at where NB is. They have a lot of knockdowns. They have so many times they have somebody on their knees, but Dewa.
Yeah, it's a position.
Later. It is.
Yeah, it's a position that they're holding. I mean, they like, compared to NB Esports, yes, NB Esports has a lot of eliminations, a couple ahead compared to Dewa, but the thing is, they're always out in the open. The risk is there. Though they are surviving, but still, unless you do so much calculated risk, and you are sure that all of your members will be leaving a battle, leaving the engagement alive, then yes, go ahead and do so. But compared to tactics, I would go with what Dewa is doing right now. They are waiting it out, still grabbing all the eliminations, not really too campy, but they are on a good position.
especially Daybot. You mentioned that time and time again. I do believe he could be a determining factor here. The only guy with a commendable high ground that can see
Mhm.
everything. So because where Yummy MJ is, he's gonna be forced to abandon that if the circle does not fall in his favor. So you see, this is Daybot, right? He has
Mhm.
the third person vantage point of every single building from where he is. So there, just like that, he sees where his teammates are going. So this could
Oh,
definitely mean, oh, backup is just nearby. But what a push! This is gonna be action right here. This is gonna be it.
yeah,
And BE
looks.
Sports, they're gonna take the boulder from him.
Ooh, looks
Okay.
right now like putting out all those grenades or spawn coming from NBE Sports, but
Yo!
they've done this. They would done this. They tried to drive through here, and that's where they got the right side position. And this is where NBE Sports has positioned themselves this time around. So it is a chance for Daypot to grab a few more, but they don't want to come into the open because it's not that we don't see it, but we know that on the other side, Sec is just waiting in the far end and might take a good chance, a good shot against those peeking in.
Man, okay. Just holding on to that pin. Can't let that go just yet.
Oh,
Oh man, Yule out with that huge nade. This is gonna be tricky. You see, now the
yeah.
separation has been established because yes, with Daybot up there, he can't afford to be seen because that is the end of the line. The moment that his position is compromised, they no longer have high ground cover. That's what he's doing here. Daybot, good stuff, picking up a Kaz.
What?
Now the other two teammates bleeding profusely here. This is not a good look. The backup has to come over, but the flanks from NBE Sports, they know. Oh, this is it. This is pain. Stage 7, Stage 7, Blue Reaper. You don't want that. You're gonna have to make haste and get on out of there. Leave the rock, boys. This is not what we want to do right now.
Yeah, you should have smelled what the Rock is cooking right here, because you are feeling the heat of that blue right now, and Daybot still maintain his position. If I'm not mistaken, like he has a lot. What, a double push? A double push
Okay.
against Daybot. Let's see if he'll be surviving. No peek just yet. A little bit up close and personal.
Oh,
Daybot
no.
finally beats the end of that S12 game, but Nukes and Yule managed to survive. Even Gala. They are so very quiet and not showing up, but I think Fistboy is smart enough to anticipate they are there.
Oh man. Look at this Fistboy just taking the spot. This is where Mufasa was actually baptized, ladies and gentlemen. You see, that rock right there. But yeah, a lot of history happened, especially for Daybot, because the way that he held his ground, beautiful stuff. But yeah, things have to change. Now we're going back to the village here. A lot of these compounds have been occupied, and specifically for Sem9. I am surprised they're still letting this happen. They haven't had a single frag, and they actually have the second highest probability of making it out alive just because of survivability.
Yeah.
Because of their grit.
Let's see if they'll be able to continue this on, because the knockdown has been made by Sem9, but the battle continues between NBE Sports and DU. Mondo has been taken down. Fistboy is just waiting for that opportunity for anyone passing by, and there goes probably a DBS gameplay, and there is another knockdown. Mikhail's been taken down as well, and it is a 1v1v2 wherein Dewa has the advantage.
Wow.
Finally, the first point for Sem9. And Fistboy will be backing off a little bit with information that someone is on the far end. DU!
Oh, that's it. Oh man.
Oh, they're still alive.
F9 with one frag. This could be a massive upset, should this happen. Look at this. 12 frags to 1. And they're only down by 1 man. So Sem9 with a proper ambush here.
Yeah.
That one kill could really not matter at all if they bag the chicken dinner. But it's safe to assume that even if DU gets eliminated here, again, the worst case scenario, they have a huge amount of points already, and they could still trump
Right.
Sem9. Right? This could be one of
Exactly.
those. It could be one of those situations that we were talking about earlier. It doesn't matter whether you get the chicken dinner or not, but elimination points, That's a huge deal. 59% over 40. So DU, could they finally put a close to this? And Sem9 suffering here, or is Sem9 gonna punch back like a cornered animal?
Yeah, we'll have to find out because so far, I guess with less elimination, it means they have less engagement and more utilities to play with compared to what we have at Daewoo United. Yeah, they might have looted up those loot crates coming from the other teams, but not so much because they wasted a lot in some of the engagement spells. Especially against, if I'm not mistaken, that was NBE Sports earlier on that rock. So let's see if Mikyal or either Manpara can get all those shots. Yes, gameplay. Oh, Manpara goes down. Yeah, United grabs the winner chicken dinner for the final last game of today. Not disappointed at all.
Absolutely not. Sem9 just came in not only guns blazing, but with a perfect plan. You know, they adapted to each and every team they came across. That's what I liked about it. They didn't actually go too slow. They didn't go too fast. They went just right. You know, it's that matter right there. 14 eliminations, and with 10 placement points, that 24, that big 24 right there is gonna prove really well in the standings moving forward.
Yep, 24 indeed, and well, we'll have to find out how much it will DU up in their current standings because they're already high, and how they put themselves up, especially with how the performance that we've seen from them in this week. And it is Daybot who really grabbed a lot in those eliminations, but still valiant effort from the rest of the teammates. I would say for all of the players from DU.
Yeah, man, and I'd say those two-digit frags, they always cause so much damage to the board, man. Like they always stir up the pot very well. Simply because, you know, I'll say it straight up. Whenever you get frags of 2 digits plus a chicken dinner, that's at least 20. So 20 is a huge leap. So say for example you're on the catch-up game and you're at the base of 8 and 9. And what if, say, you're at 9th place, but you know, having to get 20 and say number 8 didn't do anything, like they get eliminated right away. Imagine how many notches you would go up.
Exactly. I would agree. We've seen that so many times earlier.
So many times,
and that is like it might not be evident this time, but once we get into the final stage of week 2, that's where we're going to start to notice. But as we pointed out and also saw, IQ, or let's make that IQQ from AGONxI8, has a grab at the highest elimination in that match, total of 8. And I thought a few more will be added to them, but they were caught off guard by a lot of teams in the warehouse. If remember, it's the final warehouse that they were holding, and even a team like one of the guys from the other team pushed that vehicle in just to ram them and put them in place. But it is IQ who grabbed 3 spots in this match summary, and Yule in here who grabbed 2 of those. So only 2 players out of 5 spots right here will be occupying this match summary.
Oh man, Agon, dude. I mean, they never disappointed, and with just IQ taking that whole shebang, you know, that is really something. Okay, but this is what we were talking about. Yeah. Despite the fact that Sem9, dude, despite the fact that Sem9 did all the work for the, you know, for that, DU just proved to be just too destructive. Again, this is what I was talking about, man. If you get 2-digit frags, you're basically untouchable already. You're almost untouchable compared to the rest of the team. So that's all she wrote. And sadly though, with Morph, I didn't see a lot of them at all, man. Like it's pretty tragic because I have so much high hopes when it comes to Morph. And 7th Element, they've been losing their touch a little bit, but they gave us good moments, especially during that boulder clash that we saw earlier. Oh man, okay, I gotta process myself for this one. This is this is paradise for me, I am telling you.
Yeah, I mean, ask and you shall receive. You were not happy with 170, 180, And this is what you got. This is what everyone has to offer you. So I would say this, this is not just your day, but this is your week. You're given everything that you asked for.
It do be. So I am personally super happy with this one. And again, I do believe that putting the pieces together, it does look like it's a 303 throwable type of day. You know,
Right.
You have to flush out someone from houses, from rocks, from cars, everything. Now, oh my goodness! At the end of it all, it's still a par, dude, with 36 frags. This man, again, he is closing in. He's closing in to more credentials. But you know, I dare say that maybe Coops is already there. He probably may have already landed 40. So
Yeah, we'll have to find out because again, in terms of elimination, they might have that. And again, when you were giving out a statement of getting close to 40, it hit me because I'm very close to 40. Not
Right.
eliminations, but age. But
last time I didn't say that. You said that. Okay. So.
yeah, I'm open with my age. But anyways, you were right. Like, Coops is in there a little bit too close. We don't have the actual numbers yet, but later on, I think we will be able to see that. But Kenny S, this guy really is one of the players that catapulted himself in this position because of how he performed earlier in the early parts of Erangel, Beagle gameplay, and a lot more for SEM9. But for the final match, for the final battle, it was not that strong SEM9 that we saw. They didn't have so much of elimination, though they have good placement. So it's both sides of the coin, and that would depend as well on where they are placed. But you're right, Coops is in there, 39, similar to my age.
Not for me, folks. Not from me. I did not sign up for that. That is all gentlemen. But anyways, yeah. Back to the topic at hand here. 39 frags. Coops just needs one, and he's gonna reach the 40, basically the 40 mark. And in a tournament like this, it's never easy to do that. You know, everyone's a hard hitter. So you must have done the right things for that to happen. Now, back to the drawing board. NIGMA Galaxy right here, 161 points. Yep. Good amount of chicken dinners over here. Again, just about 11 points away from RRQ, who was once the big dog, as well as BIGETRON.
Yeah, and they were united, especially with the performance that they have, very, very close, inching towards that number 3, and they moved 3 spots. And SEM9, well, despite of what we've seen in the final match, they did well in the previous matches, so it's still good enough for them that they are number 5. STALWART Esports, though, has been pushed down a couple of spots, and as we head on to the next, a lot more will be changing because, as we saw earlier, some of the teams really showed up this time around, and I would say I'm quite saddened that it takes the last game we're in. The last game of the day, though, for other teams to pop off, because once you come into that ultimate battle, the last day of the playoffs, it might not put in a lot of points later on. Yeah,
that's very detrimental. You know, if you don't go for that hard grind before the bigger stakes come at hand, it's really gonna bite you from behind. So hopefully this changes tomorrow and in the coming days, especially towards the last chance for these teams here in the playoffs to rack up more points before the grand finals. We're gonna say goodbye to a number of teams as well, so that's gonna be quite a bit of a heartbreaker, but it is what it is. YOODO Alliance right here, again, they did manage to step out of the bottom for quite a bit, but it didn't take more than a couple of games for that to sink down once again.
Yeah, and we'll have to find out on what more can be offered by these teams. Currently, we're looking at week 2 standings, and if I'm not mistaken, in a bit we are going to see a lot more in terms of the overall. But let me give you a little bit of insight into what we have calculated on our end. So you might not quite sure if you have a copy of this, but I have a little bit of insight of who might not reach it towards the end, and this is just after today, so they still have tomorrow to work on their performance and move their rank higher. But first off, the Xavier, and I hope I'm correct, but unfortunately, the Xavier, we're expecting them to perform a little bit better, but they're the bottom, and the same as YOODO Lion. So NB Esports as well, CMFxGSM, AGONxI8, 7 Element, and GLU. So let's see if that will be changed. But this is the result of the combination of week 1 and week 2, and this can give you a little bit of preview of what I'm talking about.
Man, for Miracle Vibes, you did bring that point up earlier that they were some of the most this team is one of the most formidable, if not the most formidable. And look at that, the 6 winner chicken dinners from Kagendra, as you did say so. They were the first to streak,
Right.
so this is pretty crucial in their end. NIGMA Galaxy, yes, they weren't really top dog today. Yes, they did bag a winner chicken dinner as well, but not for the repeat, and that was already worth it, right? For whatever for whatever it was, NIGMA Galaxy managed to stay dominant at least for week 1 and week 2.
Yeah.
So
let's see.
for the overalls, right? But here we go, Genesis Esports just at the brink of top 10, and Alter Ego still in there for some reason.
they're still in there, and like I'm quite surprised in the position that they're holding right now, because like they're not the ones who often stay in the bottom end of the top 16, especially in heading to grand finals. Mostly they are in the middle right there, and well, hopefully, since I've been cheering them, predicting that they will be the ones that are getting a win most of the time, they will be moving up. But this is what I'm talking about. Some of these teams who are showing up on this page probably has the same performance overall once it comes to the calculation. So GLU, 7 Element, AGONxI8, CMFxGSM, NB Esports, YOODO Lions, the Xavier, and BN United. So I guess I got it right, and hopefully for those who are very, very near in the numbers, they can cross that 16. But it will cost another team to move down.
Man, yeah, that's true, and it's never an easy task as well. Dethroning an already strong team, it's always a tall order.
Yeah.
Now, yep, you know what? I'm a bit OC, so I could have thrown one more grenade myself to make this a 1,300. So I could have done that straight up. But yes, here we go. The day it was a lot of chaos.
Right.
Absolute chaos. Look at how much healing they needed today. Imagine how many knockdowns. Oh man. Okay, that's pretty much it. And you're gonna have to thank the mini 14 for this long eliminations right here. These distant eliminations, because that was really a difference maker. And one AMR, I believe. We had one AMR frag earlier on. Never saw it again, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it adds to the count.
Exactly, that would count. And just a summary of what happened today: Halo Esports started it hot with that winner chicken dinner, followed by NIGMA Galaxy. GLU squad also saw the light of that win, and Sem9 Kagendra on the 5th one. But like the most epic is they were united. They have a lot of elimination on their hands when they ended this day. And overall of this team, they did a lot well compared to previous days in this battle of this week of the playoffs, hoping that we will see other set of teams by tomorrow in this lineup.
I love the fact that each of these had their time to shine. It's well deserved, well earned as well. So I have nothing to say. I have nothing else to remark these teams, but just good job. It's what a continuation to how yesterday was. I loved it. I loved every second of it. Yes, I might have had a couple of beginners luck predictions yesterday, so maybe in the coming days that just might change. So yeah, I for one, I would say that's a wrap, folks.
Yeah, I mean, really happy on how this ended. And again, it's not yet over for playoffs, but this is over for today, because we've already seen 6 matches. Tomorrow, once we jump back in, we are going to see a few more. It's so unfortunate though, because you will not be joining us tomorrow and following day, but you join with yet another awesome caster. I will still be in here tired on listening to our voices. So for those of you who aren't here, who gave the support on this broadcast, and furthermore, we bid you goodbye and good night. See you in the next one.